Hello, my damn scrumptious ravens. How are you all doing today? Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Welcome to Ravens Real Talk. If this is your first time being here, welcome. Ravens Real Talk is a show that I created on my channel so that I could use my platform to create conversations about topics that are important to me, that are, I think, that should be spoken about, that don't really get enough coverage. I've spoken about mental health. I've talked about periods. I've talked about infidelity. I've talked about casual relationships. I've talked about toxic relationships. We've talked about a whole bunch of stuff.
Welcome, fellow Raven.
On my channel, alongside having amazing, damn scrumptious guests to help me cover these conversations. It's been an amazing ride. So thank you for being here with me, guys. I really appreciate it. And today, as you all know, we are covering the conversation of uncomfortable conversations with people of color. And specifically for these Ravens Real Talks, I have a code that I've created. So in addition to the channel rules, please ensure that you're following these specific rules for this Real Talk. You are encouraged to participate in the discussion as long as your comments are not disrespectful. If you choose to participate in the discussion without having an open mind and only with the intent of trying to attack and aggressively force your beliefs onto others, please refrain from participating. So any kind of violation of any of these rules, guys, it's a straight either timeout or ban. Like, I just don't have time. I don't have mental capacity for dealing with any kind of negative attitude. I just don't want that here. It's good to feel safe, and I want people to feel safe. I don't want people to feel like, oh my God, if I ask this question, people are going to think I'm stupid or something. No such thing here. We want to create a safe environment to have these kinds of conversations, because I truly do believe, like, as I said on my Instagram post, like, in a time, and I say this all the time, but like in a time where so many people are arming themselves with hate and discrimination and just a very hateful attitude, if we take the approach of gaining awareness and knowledge and empathy and kindness and actually working on ourselves and making ourselves better human beings, and hopefully touching the lives of other people and helping them on their journey of becoming better human beings, I really do feel like we can improve the world. So as cliche as that sounds, I truly believe in this, and this is my part. This is how I'm contributing to that. This is how I'm working on myself as well. Every time there's a Ravens Real Talk, I learn from my guests. I always take away something, and I lay in bed and think about the amazing 3-4 hours that I spent with them and the different conversations that we've had. So I hope it does the same thing for you. I hope you all walk away with at least one thing or two things that you learned that are new, or a new way of looking at something. Because we all come from different backgrounds, right? We all come from different upbringings, different experiences. So we all have things to learn from each other. So this is a very, very exciting conversation. Yeah, exactly, Skylar. It's real. Yeah, but as I mentioned and as we talked about in another Real Talk, for some people who haven't experienced kindness, it might be hard for them to be nice, and it might actually have to be a conscious effort, like, I have to be a nice person, and they might be fighting that fight every day or every moment. So I do recognize there are people like that out there as well. And for those of you who fight that fight, kudos to you. You the real ones. Spread that love, spread that knowledge. Yes. Don't push each other down. Exactly, Amy. Thank you very much for being here, guys, once again. So before I introduce my guests, I want to do what I usually do to start off my stream. I always say, hi, Chris. I always mention something I'm grateful for. It's something that I'm trying to implement in my life, because it's so easy to focus on the shit that's wrong in your life and the things you don't have and the things that are going wrong in your life. So, oh my God. Oh, shit. Thank you for the host. Shit. Thank you for the host. Thank you for the host. That's such a hot track. Oh my God. Thank you for that host. Thank you very much. It's such a good track, bro. Oh my God. Grateful. I'm grateful for my bed, bro. And I know that might sound like, oh my God, you're joking. I'm not trying to make a joke. There are actually people, y'all didn't see Blindside? There are people that actually don't have a bed out there, okay? It's something that a lot of us take for granted. And I had the luxury. Yes, it's a luxury, guys, because are we gonna die without a bed? No, it's not food, it's not water, it's a luxury. Having a bed, a warm place to sleep at night, a safe place to sleep at night, that's a luxury. And you know, we're privileged to have that, whoever does have that. So I'm being grateful for that and saying that I'm grateful for having a bed that's warm, it's comfortable, a home that's safe. And yeah, so feel free to join in and say what you're grateful for. There's no pressure, as always, to join in, but I do leave this open if anyone would like to join in and say what they're grateful for. And if no one has anything to add to that, I will go ahead and start introducing the guests. Thank you, Shug. Or maybe I'll start introducing them, and then if anyone would like to participate, they can say it in chat, and then I'll read it afterwards. All right, so the first person that I would, and I freaking hope I don't mess up the tech issues. I don't have tech issues. The first person I would like to introduce is I don't exactly know how I met Serial, right? I don't remember. I don't know if it was through Amy or Joey, because I met Amy through Joey. So I don't know, but all I know is every time I've interacted with Serial, she's been so chill and so cool. She kind of reminds me of Snark a little bit. And when I met Snark in real life, for those of you who don't know, Snarkism, shout out to Snarkism. She's freaking awesome. She's also Canadian. Shout out to being Canadian. And she is just a wonderful person, and Serial is so much like that. I know I miss Snark too, and I have not had the pleasure of meeting Serial in real life, but I really do hope that she's able to maybe come to my meetup that's happening in Toronto. Please help me welcome Serial, and I will remove your cover right now. Yes, I did it! Oh my god. Hi, Serial.
Hi, Raven.
Oh
Thank
my god.
you for the lovely introduction.
It was all over the place, but it was real, baby. It came from the heart.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Do you remember how we met?
It's either through Joey or Michelle, but I remember I first started coming to your streams pretty often when it was like one of your first Raven's Real Talks.
Okay.
And Michelle was on it, and she was like, you should watch it. I want you to come. And I was like, okay. And then pretty much whenever I'm free and you have a Raven's Real Talk, I'll watch it. So.
Oh my god, thank you so much for being here. And now you're a guest, and I'm so grateful for you.
Me
for being
too.
here.
When you
Thank
messaged
you.
me, it literally made my day. I was like, no way, what an honor.
Oh my god. Yeah. I'm very selective with the people I choose because I don't want any kind of like shady business. And like when you're live, you can't really control that. So I need to be able to rely on you guys. So all of you are very special, and thank you for being part of this with me. So once again, thank you, Serial.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Hey, Serial. Big fan. Airbud says.
That's my friend Jace.
Hi, Jace. I love our Twitch family. Oh, I'm grateful for you lot. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, baby Snark. All right, guys. The next person I would like to bring to the stage is someone I had the pleasure of meeting at TwitchCon, and I feel like I met Cal through Twitch Sings. And then we had a Dare to Duet together, where I think I was a captain. I can't remember. But like my most memorable duet with Calvan is his cups. I don't know if you got. That sounds wrong. No, that doesn't sound wrong. I'm good. His cups duet, bro. Like when you guys have possibly done it with him, he sings the song like a rock song, and he'll start like growling out of nowhere. Okay, he can tell you himself. Okay, please help me welcome Calvan. I did it.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, was it a growl? It was a growl, right?
Yeah, it was like a metal growl, a death metal growl, and no one liked it, but it was good. It was good.
I enjoyed it, Calvan. I enjoyed it for what it's worth.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad somebody did.
You're welcome. And hopefully next time we actually get to spend time together. I know. Yeah, hopefully. That would be awesome. Amy says hi. Yeah, I did. And my face was like, because I was singing with you, I was like, oh yeah, get it.
Take it for the love.
And then I was like, oh! I was very shocked, but it was a good time. And the next person I would like to invite is also a fellow Canadian who actually lives in my city, guys. Okay, hello. Didn't know this when I first met him, and I don't think we have not met in real life still, which is pretty interesting. And I've shared so many Dare to Duet moments with him, so many Twitch Things moments together. Please help me welcome El Canadiano. Boom.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing, Alex?
I'm doing really good.
Good.
And we'll rectify that meetup.
Yes.
When it's safe.
Yes.
I'll take you out there. It's quite nice out there.
Safety first. You hear what he said?
Safety first.
When it's safe.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, guys. And the next person I would like, Canadiana hype. Hey, hey. The next person I would like to bring onto the screen is someone I met through Twitch Things, okay? But I have shared, again, so many moments with them. I believe we were in a Dare to Duet together. I was on Fam Jam Slam just last weekend on his show and Norma's show, which is Fam Jam Slam. I've met him in real life. I've talked to his wife. It's like family, bro. It's like family. Please help me welcome Sugar.
Hey, what's going on, champions? What's up? How are y'all doing? Oh, thank you so much for having us here. Appreciate you so much, fam.
And this is the second time I've had Sugar on my Real Talk. He was on the Black Lives Matter one with Swifty Lim.
Swifty Lim.
Yeah, and
Lemon Bear. Oh,
Lemon.
Hey, Raven.
Am I
hey,
right?
Slay, I see you. Hey, Hibiscus, I see you. What's up, champions? Yes, Swifty Lemony Bear.
Yes. And last but not least,
Woo!
I have not had the pleasure of meeting Unicorn Chris in real life, but I hope we can rectify that one day. But I met Chris actually randomly through Twitch Things. I think he was featured, and I was like, oh, let me sing with the Unicorn Chris. And by the way, I love fantasy. Anyone who knows me, I love Greek mythology and I love fantasy and I love just learning about mythology in general. So when I saw a name like Unicorn Chris, you best believe I'm jumping up on that. So as soon as I clicked on him, I think from then I was like, oh my God, he's got such a beautiful voice. And then Twitter happened and now he is here. So please help me welcome Chris. Boom.
Okay. Hello there. I'm Unicorn Chris.
Yes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I like that introduction. Actually, it was randomly. I was like, hey.
It was.
And you did something funny. I was like, oh, you stood out. Let me sing back. That's how we went.
That's how it is. And we keep it real up in here. No like proper scheduled introduction. It's like this is the real shit. This is how it happened. This is how it went down. So, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. I have been so excited to go through these questions, and before we get into these questions, guys, I want to say thank you to everyone who anonymously submitted their questions on this website. I really, really appreciate it. You guys have no idea how many other people are also thinking these same things and are too afraid to ask or have not been given the opportunity or safe space to ask. So thank you for trusting us with these questions. Thank you for putting your voice forward and taking that risk and that chance on us. So we will try to answer the best that we can. So the first question is, I noticed that there is a lack of diversity in the content I watch or listen to, and I feel like I should actively search for more people of color. But is it wrong to try and actively search for specific types of content creators? Sorry, it cuts off, but I can't show the second part for some reason. Or is it making an active effort to break out of the unknown bias I have? So basically this person, great question, is asking, is it okay if I seek out people of color to watch, or is that not the way to go about it? That's a good question. Cyril, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I don't think it's wrong at all to seek out people of color in whatever media or entertainment you're looking for. I think it becomes wrong once you start like fetishizing or putting an emphasis on a certain race or something like that. That shows that you're maybe having like an interest that's not healthy. But I think when I listen to music and everything like that, I'll purposely look for people of color, because sometimes when I was in high school, I listened to a lot of like indie and alternative music, and it was pretty much mostly like all white. And then like when I turned 18, I was like, I don't listen to any people that are not white. So I started seeking that out myself. So
what made you conscious of that? Like, oh, these people I listen to are all white.
It was when I would talk to, like, I go to college, you meet a bunch of people, and then you become friends with them, and everybody's like, oh, what do you listen to? And then everybody like listened to, like, their variety of music was broad, and mine was so narrow. And I was like, oh, well, I should start listening to some other stuff too.
Nice. And that's good that you were like open enough to want to broaden, because there's some people who are just stuck and they're like, nah, I'm good here. Right, so that's awesome. How about you, Calvin?
It's a great question. Because not because it needs like a certain answer, but because it shows awareness. If you look at, for example, the Justice League, Superman, Batman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, all the main superheroes that you see in like the Justice League are all white people. Spider-Man, and in the Marvel world too. People don't realize how whitewashed Western media is, and how every famous book, how every famous movie, every famous TV show, Friends, you know what I mean? They're all white, yeah. And so, yeah, you don't even realize it.
Yeah.
It becomes a part of your, it becomes part of all of our identity because it's just fed to us every day.
Yeah.
So that's what makes that a great question. And so to whomever asked that, kudos to you that you're aware that the media that you are digesting is very one-sided. Is it wrong to go out and search for it? No, because it's like saying, I want to shop at locally owned businesses. I want to shop at a Mexican owned business. I want to shop at a black owned business. It's a very lopsided society we live in.
Yeah.
And anything you can do to tilt the scales just a little bit helps. So I'd say no.
Yeah. How about you, Chris?
Oh yeah, well, I could definitely speak on this one. All right, so here's what I think, and that was Calvin. I like what you said. I really like what you said. Now, here's what I think about that. That's an amazing question, because you got to also consider who you are, like, and how you look. Because like these Calvins, like you were saying, I don't know your pronouns, so I didn't want to say he, but I don't know your pronouns.
He, him. So
him. Okay. So like he was saying, like for instance, take a look at me. For instance, my skin is dark.
Actually, sorry, Unicorn. You, Chris, you brought up a good point. Can everyone just say their pronouns so that we don't mess it up? Serial, do you want to start and then? We can
she, her.
Okay.
I'm he, him.
Okay.
Him.
Okay, she, her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am they, them.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mine.
Thank you. See, that helped. Thank you.
But yes, like for instance, actually, because it's been recently too. Like sometimes I do like playing video. Well, I like playing video games a lot, but there's always a lack of black people in video games, like the content, and even
Like
popular
the actual
video,
game?
the actual like
Okay.
Genshin Impact, for instance. I love the game, but that's the first thing I noticed. Genshin Impact, and I almost skipped over the game because I skip over games if I cannot be someone like me. If there's nobody that looks like me in that game at all. So I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to find content where you feel like you are part of that world and you actually exist in that world and in that universe, or anyone. You don't have to exist yourself, but at least somebody that's a person of color, and not just, I can just say white people, right? Can I just say that?
Yeah.
That's okay, cool. Yeah, so not just white people. That has always irritated me throughout my entire life. But I love that whoever asked that, I love that you asked that. Search for it. Do it.
Yeah.
Keep doing it. Nothing wrong with that.
I agree. Yeah. What about you, El Canadiano?
On my end, I think that's like, I think what I largely would have to say has been said. And definitely, I think it's good to try to seek out content created by minorities. It's been a while, but I have seen the statistics, to Calvin's point, about people of color being underrepresented in Western media. There was a study there, but I can't pull it out off of me, so unfortunately I can't pull it. There was a study that I saw that said that, and yeah, no, largely in this case, this is much of what I wanted to say was said.
How about you, Sugar?
Yeah. First of all, excellent points brought out by everyone thus far. This question is super important and super vital because it not only dips into like what you're talking about. So it's a little bit of multi-tiered. I'm gonna try to give it to you in a zip file, and you'll have to unpack that thing later. So this is multifaceted. The first thing that came to mind when you asked that question was like, you know what? What you have to realize is that this is a problem that existed prior to most of the people on this screen coming in, right? And even for generations. So you've inherited an issue. So as Calvin was saying, fantastic, and as the others did say as well, great that you're self-aware enough to go, you know what? Wait a minute, I'm kind of noticing this is happening. And I'm going to give you know, like I said, just take the answer for what it is. Here's what I would say. Is it wrong to seek it out? Absolutely not. I think as long as you want to do it in the interest of, hey, you know what? There's other stuff out there. Other people are producing great stuff. Let me go get some of that as well. Wonderful. Do be careful about only seeking out one specific type, because that's where we run into the problem that we have now, is that it's only this or only that. Do it in the interest of diversifying yourself, not in the interest of only supporting one type of thing. That would be my primary thing. But absolutely not. Yes, learning new stuff. I mean, that's just like, hey, if you want to go try some new cuisines that's not an American cuisine, go for it. Go figure out some things. Enjoy it. There's nothing wrong to take that in. There's nothing wrong to like it. It's just don't discriminate anybody else's cuisine on behalf of the one. You see what I'm saying? That is where, you know, you have to be careful, because that moves into what Serial was talking about. Don't get to a point where it like consumes you to where you start sort of discrediting everybody else on account of this thing. So I hope that makes sense. Like I said, I'm here, I'm available. If anybody want to further explore that offline, more than happy to.
Yeah. I think for me,
it's further into that?
Sorry?
Can we go a little bit farther into that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
sure. Yes, it's been so long.
What's up, buddy? Love you, man. Hey, Chris, brother, I gotta say that I understand why you traded the unicorn in for the suit, but I miss it a little bit. But I love you, buddy. This is my class. Okay, I got you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No. Well, yeah, no. Because I want to actually enhance your point to make a point. Because I know what I said sounded extreme, but also understand this. I'm a bassist. Well, you see my bassist. And I primarily do play metal. And we know what that's dominated in.
Yes.
It's always been dominated by not people of color. We've all moved into it now, but primarily not people of color. So, like Sugar's saying, don't get so caught up in that where you actually start getting a little bit blind, because I'm never gonna stop playing metal. And I know I look weird in there sometimes, but it's what I love to do. And I do seek out, even in there, I seek out other people. But if they don't have the skills to keep up, I'm like, hey, you know, you can't discriminate you can't. I'm trying to say you can't do what you're doing as people are doing to you. Like you can't
Yes.
discriminate
Right.
because somebody may look different and they may look the same as the other people.
Yeah.
While seeking out that. It's hard to say that.
No, that's exactly actually what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that I don't find it a problem for people to seek out people of color and agree. I totally agree with you all said. Like, first of all, being aware is amazing. So whoever asked this question, thank you. And second of all, wanting to take some type of change. Same thing I said to Serial. Like, she was aware of it, but she wasn't just like, nah, I'm good. She was like, no, I want to try different things. I want, like, show me what's out there. Let's see if I like anything. And she wasn't forcing herself. She actually, like, tried to gravitate towards what she liked. I'm guessing that's what, right?
Yeah,
like, you didn't
correct.
force it. Like, I must like this, people of color.
No.
Like, okay. So I think that's where it gets problematic, where you're searching out things and you don't quite enjoy the content, but you're like, bro, I have to. It's a person of color. Like, I'm trying to spread. You can keep searching for content created by people of color till you find one that you truly enjoy. Like, don't fall into the trap of where you're in your mind like, oh my god, am I discriminating against them, when it's actually like, I just don't like your content, bro, and it has nothing to do with the color of your skin. I actually just don't like what you're promoting, right? Yeah. So
yes.
I think there's a balance that you need to find, which is tough, and I understand that, but whoever asked this question, you've already taken that first 2 steps of being aware and trying to do something about it.
Just to add to the music aspect of it, because Chris says he plays bass, and it's hard for a black musician to get into the metal world. I'm a Mexican, metal singer. They don't, they don't look like me either, and so it was when I was in a metal band, and we toured and stuff like that. We didn't get the same kind of pandering from the audience as the all white metal kids did. And it's not to say like that we deserved it or we were better or whatever, but the point that I'm trying to make is the reason why you don't see people of color out in mass in the fiction section of the library or the TV show, stuff like that, is because there is an active push from the corporations to move our content into what they call culture content, because they say that like if you watch a movie like
Mulan
what
or
was
something?
that? What's that?
Like Mulan?
Yeah, well, no, not Mulan. But like, what was that movie where Snoop Dogg is flying a plane? What was that comedy?
Oh, Soul Plane.
Soul Plane, right? And like, that was a funny movie, right? But like, they count it as a culture movie because to them, they think only black people will get it. You know what I mean? Cheech and Chong movies are Mexican culture movies because only Mexicans will get the jokes.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
And so, for example, like Bruno Mars. Everybody knows Bruno Mars, right? Bruno Mars has a Hispanic last name, as do a lot of Pacific Islanders do, because of the Spanish Inquisition and stuff like that. But his last name was like, I think it's like Rodriguez or Gonzalez or something like that. And then when he tried to come into the
Hernandez,
music,
actually.
Hernandez, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know
And
that.
so, yeah,
Eugene
and
Hernandez,
so
I believe this is his name, right?
yes, and so when he got into the music business, the record companies actually told him he should be singing Mexican music because his last name is Hernandez, and therefore he should not do this pop thing that he wants to do. Go to making Mexican music and we'll promote you in Mexico. But so he changed his name to Bruno Mars so that no one would see the Hernandez and racially discriminate against him. So yeah. So the reason why it's so hard, you don't see it, is because it's not there on purpose. And it's because there is an actual bias against people of color coming into the mainstream forms of media.
That's a great point. Thank you for that, guys. I'm just gonna see what. So Amy says, I think it's fine searching for content like that. A lot of great stuff is out there that we aren't exposed to. My son is growing up watching modern TV shows, which has a lot more Black, Asian, etc. characters, and not just white. Although he's also loving Fresh Prince, yeah, from back in the day.
Everybody loved that.
Yeah, Family
It's a good
Matters.
show.
Does anyone know Family Matters? I grew up on Family Matters.
Yeah,
Oh,
buddy.
man, those are the
What?
days.
And
Oh,
Sister
geez, let's go.
Sister and all that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How
buddy.
much I
And what was
miss
it? Monique and Monique
dude.
and you know that
Oh,
one? Moesha. Sorry.
Yeah, or Brandy. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Snowflake
Dumbo,
says Genshin is an Asian-based RPG. I don't think that is something wrong, just more based upon their origin, but definitely would be nice to see more variety in places where there might not be a prominent. I myself love RPGs, and I prefer there to be a character creation in which you can create the characters you wish, no matter the gender, color, race, or even if it's not human for that matter. Games should be fun and not discriminating, but general origin will define the creation of a game. I understand. Just like I guess if anime is like supposed to be in a Japanese village, you only see possibly Japanese people only. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, what's his
Yeah,
name?
you know,
Cowboy Bebop disproved that though. He was like, you know what? I'm putting them in here no matter what.
Sorry,
Remember
say
Cowboy
that again?
What's his name from Cowboy Bebop? He actually made sure that we saw all people of color in his anime.
I mean,
He wrote that a
Ash,
long time ago.
Brock, all of them, like there were different everything in there, right? I flip and love the unicorn onesie. People are fans of the unicorn onesie.
Yeah, buddy.
Hi,
You know what?
hazelnuts.
And as they said, as Chris said, it is. So because stuff like you're right when it comes to your comment. I think it's not that there's anything wrong with that being the case. Here's where you run into the problem. Like I said, it's an inherited problem. The problem is that you have people who purposely, for years and years and years and years and years, they wrote books, right? They pushed it into different categories. They did all these things to ensure that people weren't included. So they've already enforced this idea that somebody
Got
is
it.
less than or not good enough.
Or you're
order
excluded
to
on
be-
purpose.
Exactly. So when you purposely exclude someone, the natural counter is, hey, I would love to see someone like myself in these events or arenas. He's not attacking the game in and of itself. It's just because we've inherited this thing of being excluded, it's something that we look for. And it's super tough when you look across the board and can see none of it in most cases. It's like, even because it's not so far removed, right? My father, okay, still remembers seeing a sign that says colored only,
Oh god.
and there was a hose out back, right? So this is not some far removed issue. And even today, when you look across the board, who's on the front page of our platforms and so on and so forth? Am I saying that Twitch is going out of their way per se to not? No, but it's something that, like I said, it's an inherited problem. So thus, a pretty natural response is, well, damn, what's wrong with us?
I think
What's
that's
wrong with us?
I think that's an important point that you just made. You're saying that it's not out of malicious intent that people are being excluded, although that might have been the case back in the day, but because that's something that's a mentality or a reality that's been inherited, that's your first thought, like, oh my god, it's continuing. Even if it's not, it feels that
Right.
way.
It's
Am I allowed
a
to ask
barrier
questions
that
of
we're
the other
still
guests, by
breaking.
the
It's a
way?
barrier that we're still breaking through. I'll put it that way. It's a barrier we're still breaking through. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead, man.
No, I was going to say, am I allowed to ask questions to the other guests?
Yeah. I will.
like-
Is it related to this specific question, or is it a one on top?
sort of a follow-up. Like,
Oh, sure,
like
okay.
what did you guys think of the time when Twitch posted but quickly deleted a video around how they were trying to promote Black Lives Matter, but the video largely was not very many people of color? If you guys remember that incident?
I
do
feel like
remember
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, I vaguely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it was in and out. It was in, and then you were like, wait a second, and then took it off.
I'm just gonna say one thing. I swear, like, I've made 2-minute videos, and I know how much editing goes in those 2-minute videos. You were trying to tell me someone made a 2-minute and a 3-minute video, and like nobody was like, huh? Something a little off about this. Let's like give it a second pair of eyes.
So not to just hammer on them and beat them
Right,
up.
and I'm not. I was just like, I'm surprised no one caught it.
Because it's not at the forefront of people's mind, right? It's like saying, it's like when you apologize, right? And you say, I'm sorry you felt that way. It's not a real apology.
That's not an apology. Thank you for saying that. It's not an apology.
Right. It's not a real apology, even though that you intended it to. You were sincere about it, right? You were like, I'm so sorry you felt that way, right? You were actually sincere. It's not a real apology because you're putting the onus on the person, right? So them making a video where the intent was good, but it wasn't all the way there. There should be some credit given, but it's not. It didn't do what it was supposed to do, and that's where it failed.
You know, there's a saying we have, and I know Chris can relate because he was also in the military. There's a saying we have is good judgment, poor execution.
Yes. Yes.
Good judgment, poor execution.
Yes. Extremely.
Fair enough.
I really
what they did, though.
I like what
Calvin as well. I'm sorry, I
Calvin.
remember you served too.
It's all good, man. No one likes the Marine Corps.
Hey, hold on. Here we go.
No, Chris was in the Marines.
Also, you acknowledge Chris, but you don't know. Okay.
No, I was saying I
whatever.
forgot until I remembered that when we talked, I was like, oh, that's right. Calvin is a veteran as well. That's right.
Yeah.
So,
I like what
that's all.
Calvin mentioned. I think that's a really important point that we should always remember that sometimes, again, because what Suga said, it's like inherently our first response is like, oh, well, they should know better. They should do this. They should, because that's so many bad things have happened for so long. How have they not learned by now? But I get what Calvin is saying, because if they are not, like, let's just say they're not racist themselves, all those people who were in the video, all those people who were behind this project, they're not gonna think of like, we should possibly have people of color too, because they're like, I want to show you my support. I want to show you that like this is wrong. I'm with you. We're in this together. So I understand what Calvin is saying. Like if all you're thinking about is the positivity that you're trying to bring out of this very negative situation, you might overlook a few things that should not be overlooked. But that's a good point that you made, Calvin. Thank you for saying that. I agree.
Yeah. And Snowflake, let me just say that I'm reading your comments, and let's just say that we by no means think that you were or are feeding in any sort of discrimination. We know where you stand, champion. You're good to go.
Yes, for real.
You're
Yes.
good to go.
Yeah, Snowflake. Oh, I forgot to say hi. Hello, it's been a long time too. All right, okay. Whatever. Oh, and by the way, I love Genshin Impact. We're probably streaming that. I just want to be quick there.
Chris like just so we're quick.
Yeah.
I feel that.
You gotta get Gene up. You know what I'm saying? But anyway.
So Slay says, I found that I hardly listen to Chinese music. Even though I am Chinese, I go through phases. But I think a lot of that is I never really found people to talk with about it until later. So now it has to be an active effort. That is such a good point. I think that's the same thing with me. Like, I'm Middle Eastern. I'm half Middle Eastern and half South Asian. And I didn't really grow up listening to either music. So for me, it's like an active effort to be like, let's see what's up and coming in the Arab world, because like I don't know, and I don't have a lot of people in my family who are Middle Eastern. In my circle, my friend circle. I really fought the urge to dance right there and then.
Can I comment on that real quick?
Yeah.
So I'm half Hispanic and half Filipino. And when I listen, I recently tried listening to Filipino music, but it's like not my thing. I don't like it really. And it's not because I don't have anyone to talk about it with, really. It's just because I just don't like it. And I recently started getting into like Spanish music, and I really like it, even though I can't speak Spanish. So I I think you have to like evaluate whether it's because the media is not present in front of you, or if you just really just don't like the content. So
Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah, I think that ties back really well to the question and the thing that I said too. Like, sometimes it might just be you just don't like it. You just don't like that content. You just don't like what that person's promoting. Nothing to do with their race, nothing to do with that. It's just you don't like it.
Could be that.
Yeah, I think for me, like Middle Eastern music, I find I enjoy more because it's got like a beat and they've got this whole thing going on, and like they can dance really well and stuff, like in the music videos.
Oh yes.
But like South Asian music is not really my thing, so like it's kind of the same thing as cereal.
That's an interesting point that Serial brought up.
Yeah.
And to Slay's point, I feel the same way as a fellow ethnic Chinese, except more so for food. But it's also kind of interesting because I also grew up in Canada, and I grew up specifically in Ottawa. And a lot of my friends, particularly in my elementary school and my high school years, there weren't too many fellow Chinese people, or at least fellow ethnic Chinese people. So maybe that's also part of the reason for me. My father and my mother occasionally, as part of the rotation of songs that they would put on in the car or whatever, they did have some Chinese, well, specifically Cantonese music. My parents are both Hong Kongers, but for me, a lot of what I listen to is very Western.
Yeah, most of my playlist is that. You'll find maybe like one Urdu song or something. Snowflake says, true, but race or color skin can never define skill in music, nor should it. Passion and practice do. So that's awesome, Unicorn Chris. So great point. As I used to be an avid fan of metal in my teen years. Yeah. Amy says, can I recommend the book The Hate You Give? It's a young adult book, fiction, but based on real events, I believe, about people of color in America. It's a real eye-opener. I read it just before the Black Lives Movement, and it really hit home how bad it can be and how easy I have it being a white female living in a safe place for someone like me. I really like that you're even interested in that kind of literature, Amy. You know, I feel for a lot of people who are not directly impacted by people of color issues or the Black Lives Matter movement, they don't know about it, nor do they try to find out more about it. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Just catching up. What you know about Moesha, Amy? Wait, they had that in UK? I thought it's a US type of thing. Okay.
Oh, for a while.
Come on with it.
Wow.
Come on,
okay.
Amy. Come on, Amy. Let them know.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, Windswept. Chris, I'm more of the old TV sitcom fam. All in the Family, which so would not fly today. All in the Family. I don't think I know that one.
Whoa, yeah.
And
That's like a generation. That would be a generation removed.
Okay.
So your parents more so would know about All in the Family. Yeah, Archie Bunker, Edith.
Oh yes,
that's it. It honestly,
and everything. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you right now, that show, when it came to dealing with race relations, yeah, it wouldn't fly today at all. I mean, and you know, it would make sense. But that show, for the time, was very much ahead of its time.
Like revolutionary.
When it came to dealing that stuff.
Time.
Oh,
okay.
absolutely. 100%.
Okay.
That's a very good show. If you ever have some time, just take a look at it. Like, and it's so, the crazy part, it's funny. The funny part is, it's done in such a sophisticated fashion. Most of the people didn't realize just
what
how
it was
much they
doing,
were calling people out about how foolish they were being when it came to race.
Wow.
That's how slick that show was, because it had very high ratings against, within all types of communities. So you knew, like, ooh, y'all are watching it, but you ain't getting it. You're not getting it. You're really not. That's crazy, but it's fine.
So All in the Family, and I also wrote the book The Hate You Give, so I can check that out as well. So thank you for that. Hi, Jeff. Ilea, hello, welcome, says, and then studios will undercut BIPOC. Is that Black Indigenous People of Color?
Yeah, it's BIPOC.
Oh, did I say that right? Is it Black Indigenous? BI?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
It's supposed to be all inclusive. It's the new all inclusive.
Oh, I messed up then.
No,
oh
you're
God.
good. No.
Okay.
No.
Because people of
Instead of
color
saying
in my mind is
POC,
like everyone who's not white, basically.
right. Instead of saying POC, the new thing that's going around is BIPOC.
BIPOC. Okay, thank
It's
you.
not. It's not like.
I learned
It's not
something
the ominous
new.
dominus, but it's the new thing.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. With poor marketing released so that when it doesn't perform well as a result of that, they can point to it and be like, oh, it doesn't make any money. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that systemic racism in a way, where
It's 100% that.
right, like there are ways for the company to be like, oh, but we're providing you all of this support, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not enough to have them be successful.
Mhm.
Thank you for doing the guest command, Slave.
You know, it's similar to that. I don't know if y'all sort of saw that stream thing, but there was some Broadway things and just things in general that when they fail, who was the image that they showed when it bombed, right? It was all
Oh,
it was all it was like, oh, it didn't do well, tell you whose picture we're gonna put up there. Boom. That's why when it succeeded.
yikes!
And
Roni.
it's insane. And I'm not saying that no person of color was getting their just due, if you will, but in dang near every situation it was a good 3 or 4 year span, kind of like you just saw this, like, oh,
Wow.
this failed and this failed and this failed, and sure enough, right at the front of the list for the publicity, if you will.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's not, and here's the thing: regardless of somebody saying like, "Oh, that could have been it," sure, it could have been, but the reality is, there are people who have, again, for generations upon generations, purposed it to happen that way. So it's like I said, this inherited problem is something it's something you always have to be aware of, and something you can never discredit because it happened for so long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Snowflake
So
says, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you could. No, I'm just saying, it's like, the folks who perpetuated it created their own problem, and unfortunately, everybody, even if you're not that way, you have to deal with it too.
Yep.
Which is what makes tonight so important, and what you're doing, Raven, like bridging the gap, having these beautiful warriors on.
Yeah.
This is how we fix it, y'all. You're asking the question, how do we fix it? Talk about it.
Yeah.
Bring it up.
Right.
Become
Don't
comfortable with
forget.
it. Become comfortable with it. Yeah.
That's
Snowflake
it.
says, oh yeah, when we talking literature that is missed out on and other ideologies that exclude or discriminate, that is something that shouldn't be a thing, of course. I was more talking about places where origin will overtake, possible places where you might sometimes, right, which we covered. I stand for abolishing discriminating ideologies and creating a more open space for every person to have a place to stand and speak and share, so to say. Thank you, Snowflake, for saying that. Okay, no, perfect. No, I don't feel personally targeted. I'm just having a conversation with y'all. Nice. I'm glad. And I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Snucko the Humble? Oh my god, your name is so funny. I like it. So Slay says that could be, but I did listen to it more when I was learning Mandarin more actively. Yeah. So Snowflake says I'm of North African / Jewish / Dutch heritage. So that's a fun conflicting mix.
Yes.
Amy says my life got super exciting when we got access to Nickelodeon. I'm sure. All right, so we are going to answer Airbud's comment, and then we're going to go over. Actually, you know what? I promised that the website was going to get priority, so we're going to go through these questions. Airbud, thank you so much for your question. We'll get to it hopefully if we have time. So next question. This is the question that got popped up. If you're friends with a racist but you are not one, does it make you a racist by association? What do you think, Chris?
This is one has a lot of variables in it, because first off, they're racist, but you're hanging with them.
Right.
But you may be hanging with them to help them. And so you would have to really ask this question in a different way. Well, I'll answer it like this. Okay, so if you're hanging around somebody that's racist and you're helping them to stop going in that path, that doesn't make you a racist. But if you're hanging with somebody that
Wait, if
you
if
know,
what? Sorry, can you repeat that last bit?
oh yeah, if you're trying to help them get away from that path instead of just like
Oh.
beating them up because they're racist,
Okay.
then yeah, okay, yeah, that doesn't make you racist. But like, let's say you know your friend is racist, right? And then they start doing racist things,
Okay.
and then you don't call them out for
Okay.
doing those racist things, right? Now, if you were to do like, well, let's just put me for example. If I was to face somebody that was doing that, and then you were sitting right there next to him, and all of a sudden, if I was one of those people that didn't have control and just lost control, anybody that I said something to at that point, you're sitting at a table, is racist because they didn't stop them from being racist to me.
Okay.
So you just became associated with that because I'm in a rage, and everybody that didn't do nothing, just sitting there looking at me, became racist.
Okay.
So there's a lot of variables to that question. So it's a tough one, but I'll let y'all go ahead.
I like that though, because you're mentioning that you're basically saying it depends. Are you friends with them and keeping your mouth shut, or are you friends with them and actually trying to help them? Because if you're trying to help them, then I understand. But if you're just friends with them, but you're like, bro, but I'm not racist. They're racist. I'm just friends with them. Then that's where you draw the line. You're like, that's not right.
That's right, because
Okay.
that just helps the well, that's why we're still where we're at today, honestly, because people not standing up and telling the people that they consider their friends to stop being the way they are.
Preach it. Preach it.
Yes.
Exactly. And I feel like there's a lot of people who become complacent in their, romantic relationships, friendships, family life. There's so many people these days who are saying, oh my God, I just found out my family's super racist. You're trying to tell me you knew them for 20, 30 years and you didn't know they were racist? I don't think so. I think you were just trying to turn a blind eye to that, right? Like, it's things like that, which is great. It's great that you're aware of it now and you're trying to do something about it. But I think it depends. Like, are you associating with this person who's racist because you're trying to help them? Totally agree. Or are you detaching yourself from them because you feel like you both are separate people, so their actions should not be a reflection of you? And I think the core question is, do you think your associations are a reflection of you, are an extension of you? And I am a believer that they are. Like, if I choose to have crappy friends, or I choose to associate with people who have a certain type of mentality, that says something about me. I don't think we're completely separate entities. So that's my take on that question. I agree with what Unicorn Chris said. But yeah, if I swear I said this in my Discord the other day. I was just like, I don't think you need to know a lot about like what's happening in the world to know what side of it you're on. Like, you don't need to have super political knowledge and super knowledge about all kinds of history to be like, hey, that's kind of wrong. And I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Same thing with that. Like, hey, that's kind of racist. Why am I friends with this person? That's just a shitty attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Calvin?
I think that if you hang out with racists, then you are racist by association. In the drug world, they're called enablers. Because they don't tell them to stop. They perpetuate it, and they actually, by you not saying anything, you give them the power to keep doing it. And so you're judged by your peers. Yeah. Right? No one's going to come up to you and judge you as an individual person. They're going to judge you by what they see you do and what they see the people you hang out with. And so if you're like whatever, then people are like, oh well, obviously this person is just not as smart as the person next to them. And as my brothers in arms here, in the military, it's a very mixed pot. People of every race, of every origin, come together, and there's a lot of jokes thrown around that are not the best jokes.
Yeah.
That are not the best jokes. But we in the military, part of our bonding, social practices that we do is we break each other down, and we overanalyze each other just so that we all know that we're all at the same level. That's a much more sophisticated take on it than it just being dumb kids who make dumb jokes at each other. But that's why it's so hard to I'm not I'll use words so it doesn't become political. But that's why it's so hard to convince one side of the people in the United States that making those jokes are racist, because they associate with people who don't think it's racist. And even though it's good intentioned, and they would never do that in real life, if that's the image that you put out, then that's what people are going to see. And you have to be considerate of how someone might take the things you're doing, differently from the way you intended. Like the apology thing, it all comes back to that. Oh my God.
Yes. That's good.
Yeah.
That's real good.
Yeah. That's really, really, really good. What about you, Serial?
I completely agree with what everyone said. I think it was all very well said. I just want to put an emphasis on if you have a friend who is being racist and you don't say anything, you are giving them permission to continue that behavior, and it leads to something so much bigger than just your friend being racist and letting them create a space to be racist with other people. Like the US right now, we elected Trump in 2016, and it's because people were too complacent. We got to a point where we got comfortable, and now look at where we're at. Like, in issues like this, there's no such thing as neutrality or complacency. You're picking a side when you aren't taking action. So you need to nip that in the bud right away so it doesn't blow up to something like this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. El Canadiano?
I think the point that Unicorn Chris put out first is, if you think black and white, I think the answer technically is no. But because I think if we are friends with each other, I think we should do our best to hold each other accountable for our flaws.
Yes.
I'm saying it a bit more broadly, and right?
Yes.
In the sense that, and it's only when either the other, if it's your friend being racist, I think that if you tried to hold them accountable and not turn the blind eye, not turn and maybe not, but if you do turn a blind eye, I do think that is a problem.
Yeah.
I think that
love
was
accountable. Like, I love that word that you used. Thank you. I'm reading a book right now called Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. I don't know if anyone knows of that book, but it's kind of like an autobiography, but he uses his life as like a template for you to follow and build your own story and fight your own demons. And one of the things that he mentions in that book is you need to check the people that you surround yourself with, because what we tend to do is, in our very soft and gentle world where people are too afraid to hurt each other's feelings and talk about uncomfortable conversations, we like to keep people around that will kind of justify our bad behavior and not hold us to higher standards. So he's like, you need to have people that hold you to higher standards and be like, bro, that was not cool. Like, you can't be doing that. You can't be saying things like that. And helping you be better and hold you accountable when you do mess up. I think when I think accountability, one of the things that always pops in my head is bad behavior when people are drunk. There are so many people who justify bad behavior when they're drunk, But my whole thing is like, you should know your tolerance. You should know, it's like in Canada, El Canadiano, you know this. Our Lotto 649 slogan is know your limit, play within it. And that kind of applies to alcohol too. Know your limit to when you start acting like a dick or you start acting foolish, and control yourself. Like, that's self-discipline. And if you don't have self-discipline, that's your fault. And you should be held accountable for the mistakes that you make while under the influence, because you made that choice to lose control, basically. And I think that same thing goes for when someone says racist comments. You should be held accountable for the things that you say. And if you turn a blind eye to that, you're basically saying indirectly that it's okay what you said. It's not that bad. It's okay. And I understand what Snowflake Blanket is saying. Totally understand that ignorance is also a trait, and you can't really fight against it. And the subject of forcing someone not to be racist is not something you can do, no matter how wrong they are. You can not be more wrong to make their wrong a right. Put your efforts until you cross morality, rights, and reasoning. Yeah, so try your best to help them, to create awareness, to educate them. But it's got to get to a point where you're like, this person's not getting it, and they don't want to. Is it fair to say that if someone doesn't want to change, they're not going to change?
Yeah, that's very fair.
That's fair, right?
You got it.
So if they want to stay a racist, regardless of how much you preach to them and explain to them, they're just going to stay a racist. And then the ball's in your court to continue being friends with them or dip set. Like, you can't force your religion on someone, but you can share it. Absolutely. You can't force someone's way of thinking, but you can still share a better perspective to try to educate them and help them better their ways. Yes. Don't quit right when you're like, oh, they're racist, I'm out. Like, try to help them. Try to help them. If they're worth it. If they're worth the effort. I do understand we're very busy. We don't have emotional capacity sometimes and mental capacity. So if you think that, bro, there's something good in this person, they're just a little misguided and I want to like help them, put in that effort, try to help them. But if they're too far gone or they don't want to change, Snowflake is right. You can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. So there's know the limit. Know when you got to dip.
Definitely can't help everybody.
Can't help everybody. Exactly. I just want to take 2 seconds to address Airbud 2 Golden Receiver, Cody FD, and Ilea. Thank you so much for the follow. So all three of you, thank you so much for the follow. You see that Raven? That is you. You are now under my wing. Welcome. Hi, Tanepi. Finding that line can be really hard. Yes. Damn. Very difficult. I mean, that then could possibly turn into like a toxic relationship, right? That could turn into something else where you just keep trying and trying and trying to help this person, and you end up losing a part of yourself trying to help, which like a lot of us have been there, where we try to help people and we lose ourselves in that. Right?
Yeah, and they end up in an anti-Black Lives Matter. You're like,
what just happened?
Calvin has something he wants to say.
Yeah. No, I was waiting. I will say this is there are 7 billion people in the world, and if this person is close to you and they believe in something that is morally wrong, like racism, you don't have to hang out with them. My dad is racist. I don't talk to him.
Wow.
And I'm not even going to try. I don't want to. I don't have to, and you don't have to. So if you are afraid of losing someone who's close to you, because they share this, they have this idea about a warped idea of reality, you don't have to try.
Yeah.
It's better for you to go out and find a new father figure, a new maternal figure, a new best friend, a new whatever. You don't have to associate with people you don't want to. There are billions of people. So
that is a great point. A lesson that I actually only very, very, very recently allowed myself to learn, because for the longest time I kept thinking like I was a people pleaser, and a part of me still is, and I know that's a flaw that I have, and I'm trying to fix that, and I don't want to get them mad, and especially I realized my flaw lies mainly in male figures. I don't want to disappoint them. I don't want them to not like me. But now where I've gotten in my life is like, I really don't care. I really don't care. Like, I'm not gonna care to disappoint you or whatever it is. I'm gonna try my best to be a decent human being. I'm gonna try to be on this journey of self-improvement, and you can either come along with me or you can kind of like do your own thing. But if we don't like mesh or match, that's okay. We don't have to fight about it. We could just deuces out. Like, that's cool.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be like this dramatic thing like I hate you and like ghosting. It can just be like, you know, now actually what I do is I like will have a conversation with the person and be like, you know what, I just don't think that we're on the same like wavelength, and I appreciate all the goodness you brought into my life, and I really wish you the best. And that's like, it really doesn't have to be dramatic. It really doesn't, right?
No.
It doesn't. Oh, right. This is great. Thank you, guys. So the next question, I want to make sure I am capturing the correct one. There we go. What is wrong with the statement, I don't see color? Why is that something bad to say? Let me just scroll up a little bit. All right. Who wants to start us off?
It was what? Say the question again.
The question is,
What is wrong
What?
with the statement, I don't see color? You know how some people say like, oh my God, I'm friends with Unicorn Chris. I don't see color. Like, I have so many black friends. I don't see color.
My mother-in-law said that to my daughter. I almost lost it. I ain't gonna lie, I almost lost it. I was like, what did you? Okay, so here's the one thing that, because I'm very passionate about that one. Unless somebody else wants to start it. 'Cause I have something to
I
say.
don't mind you starting.
It's all
so
you.
here-
It's all
So
you.
here's the thing, and this was back in like June. Okay, so when someone says, I don't see color, I understand fully where you're coming from. Uh-oh.
It's okay. The Suge's coming back. Sorry, I'm gonna be Suga for a little bit.
But yes. You need to see color, because if you do not see color, you cannot see injustices happening to people of color. Like, if I walk into there, like a store, and suddenly I start getting followed, but you're not seeing color, and then we get into a confrontation, but you don't know what happened because you don't see color, you're not going to be able to help me at that point, because I'm going to need somebody to help me, because I am going to get
Wow.
arrested at this point for being a person of color, especially being a black man in Texas. Like, I really need people to see color here. And the reason why it really irritated me so much that they said that about my daughter is because I was telling them about how we shouldn't have named a mixed child Casper in the state of Texas. And we went back to a debate of naming a mixed child Casper. And I was like, she's gonna have to grow up at some point, right? Like, but they're like, well, I don't see color. But now I was like, the rest of the world does, though.
Oh God.
The rest of the world
yeah.
does see color, and they're gonna see her, and they're gonna say Casper, and then they're gonna say, well, I'm not even gonna get into the whole debate.
Right.
But that's one of the reasons why I need people to see colors so bad. Please. But I'm getting too passionate here. Someone
No.
You're
Oh, you're
I
good.
think you hit it struck on that. I think even if somebody does not necessarily have malintent, when someone says I don't see color, it's there is just a level of ignorance.
Yeah.
And I think you highlighted an excellent point there.
It is being willfully ignorant to the fact that all this has been happening, and it's been happening before. All of us have been born right now. This is before us, and it's still happening because people are refusing to see the color. Try your best to see color if you don't want to. If you want to be colorblind, I guess. That's all I'm gonna say.
And it seems like such an innocent statement, but you can see the implications of it. I will be completely honest and say I have said that at one point in my life, 7 years ago, something like that. I was in a relationship with a person of color. He was a black guy, and I something about race had come up, and I had said something like, oh, like, I don't think that's a problem though, because I don't care that you're black, like I don't see color. And I should have just left it at, I don't care that you're black. I should have just left it at there, but I felt the need to go further and say that. And like, he didn't say anything about it, but now, of course, like looking back, or like whenever I reflected on it a few years later, I was like, that was weird. Why did I say that? And the thing is, I didn't have bad intentions. I am not a racist. I didn't have bad intentions. I'm secretly a racist. No, I'm kidding. So I didn't have bad intentions, but I said that because I was trying to drive a point home to him and say, like, I don't care what color of your skin is. I love you, whatever you are. Like, I don't care. And it's so much deeper than this innocent statement that I was trying to say. It's not so innocent. So it's always good to be conscious of the words that you're saying and the power of these words, because it's so much deeper and historical than just, I love you and I don't care what color of your skin you have, you know. That was where I was going with that, but that's so much deeper than that, you know.
Yeah, I think you said that perfectly. Raven, is it okay if I double back on the last question for just a half a moment? What hit me on that thing? Okay, when that last question was asked, what I kind of did was go, hey, if you're not a rapist, but you watch somebody rape someone or let somebody rape someone, is that okay? Absolutely not. You're not going to look at that and go, oh, that's okay. Go for it. You might not be doing it, but come on, Chief. You know when you need to step in, right? You know when you need to step in and step up. So yes. I'm gonna leave that where it's at. Digest that later. When it comes to that, I agree. I think that the perfect and most easiest thing to say is, I don't care about your color. I care about you as an individual and what we're doing right here in the moment. To say you don't see color, you're not Ray Charles. You're not Stevie Wonder. You know. Okay, you can clearly see.
Yes.
Right? You can clearly see.
I don't care about color. Was that what you said?
No.
Yeah.
I think that's a much better way. No, I think that's actually a really interesting point, because even for people who might say I don't see color with good intent, I think that might be a better way.
That's what I mean. I should have just stopped at, I don't care that you're black. I don't care what color your skin is. I should have just stopped there.
That right there would have wrapped it up. Right there. You was good to freaking go. It's another. It goes back to that good judgment, bad execution.
No, I disagree. I disagree. Saying that you don't care about color as a way to say that you're not racist or something like that, I disagree. Because and the people in my chat who are from the barn, they hate when I bring this up, but I have a degree in statistics.
Okay.
And one of the things that you learn in statistics is something called an outlier. And what an outlier is a point of data that does not go with the trend of data, right? So you'll have 1,000 points of data, and they all seem to go in this one direction. But then an outlier is something that is outside of it, right? And it's so negligible and like so insignificant to the whole of the data that scientists don't even take into consideration, right? It does not feed into the conclusion of like whatever they're trying to prove. So by saying that you don't care about color is an invalid statement, because you are saying that that you're still exhibiting the same ignorance to Quiet, Sam. You're still exhibiting the same ignorance to the problem. You should care about color because most everybody else does.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Most everybody else in the world does.
Sure.
In India, they have commercials for skin bleaching products.
Fair and Lovely, baby. Fair and Lovely.
And in the commercials,
That's the brand.
they start the beginning of the commercial with a beautiful Indian woman who has brown skin, and all the men are rejecting her, and they're like, don't even look at her. And then an old woman comes up to her and goes, try Fair and Beauty. And then the woman goes away, comes out, and she's like 50 shades whiter. And then everyone's like, oh my gosh, she's beautiful because she's white. Color is important. You have to care about color.
You know what, Calvin, brother, I appreciate you bringing that that to the forefront, and I do agree with what you're saying. You're right. It's like that same differential.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's shift this and make it correct, right? Because that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
We want to do this.
Explain how I could have said my statement better.
All you have to say is that I love you regardless. I love you regardless. I love you for you. Your tone. I know you're like, okay, I get that you're black, right? Or I get that. That's wonderful. But I love you for you. I love you as a person. I'm not going to let your color or anyone's color allow me to discriminate against anyone. I'm not discriminating against anyone because of their color. That is where you can draw that line. Because you're right, Calvin. You made an excellent point.
That's a great point.
I appreciate that. That's and sometimes we do that. You know what I mean? We 100% do that. You're right. So thank you for helping me get myself in order. And that goes back to what we were just talking about, right? Because what if I would have went out and kept telling everybody that, and they'd be like, "Sure, you realize that's like the same thing, just
in different words,
packaged in a different form, right?" And you know what? And I would go, "You know what? Damn, that's right.
I kind of want to say about that. Yeah, I kind of want to say something about that. All right, so Raven, say that statement you said to him one more time, because I'm pretty sure. I say it one more time. You said you love him because. Wait, say it again.
So I said, I don't care that you're black, because I think it was like a race thing. I don't care that you're black, and I don't care that you're black. I don't see color. Yeah, I don't care that you're black. I don't see color. I love you. I love you. Yeah.
All right, cool. I've actually broke up with somebody because they said that they don't care that I'm black, because obviously you didn't, because you were already dating me. So why is this becoming a topic? It was because it kind of at the time I was very sensitive to that. I was very sensitive to someone just pointing it out when it didn't need to be pointed out because you were already with me. So I had broke up with somebody because of it. This is not in the past.
Okay,
so.
And not related to my situation, because my situation was actually like people were trying to break us up because he was black and I was.
Yeah.
Right. So different situation.
Okay. Different situation.
Yeah.
You know what? That's actually pretty. This is like pretty top level right here, and just telling someone that you understand. I understand that you're black. I love you regardless. That's. I'm telling y'all, that's. This right here, what Calvin pointed out, and what Chris pointed out from that experience, that's some powerful stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember one time I asked a girl out, right? And this was in high school. Now, this town, just to give you a little bit of trajectory, this town, or the history of the town, like part of the Underground Railroad ran through this place. Okay, so it's like when you come to, as far as like being predominantly white, but probably about the least racist place you could be, that was this place. Wonderful climate. I asked this girl out, and the girl's response to me was, "I'm not racist or anything, but I just want to date someone of my own race." That's racist, Chief. You can't say that. Like, that makes no sense. You can have a preference, but if you're discriminating on someone based on their race, what do you think that is? And I'm sure today, I don't see color. I bet. Until it came to dating someone, right? Then you saw it.
Yes.
Okay, I do want to go back to that point later, Shug. You know what? The question I'm talking about. I do want to dive deeper into that, because that is something very important that I actually have questions about, which I like.
Right. The last thing I wanted to say about that is in most every culture, there has been a prioritization for fairer skinned individuals. For example, on the extreme is the Rwandan genocide, which was the the fairer skinned individuals were told by white people that they were better than the darker skinned individuals, and that caused the separation in class for
God.
decades. And then and that's on the extreme.
Mm-hmm.
And then the most common things that people don't really pay attention to
Mm-hmm.
is like in Ireland, a person who's a black Irish is just a Irishman with black hair, but they distinguish against them. They have made a point to acknowledge that they are not of the regular Irish look. And in Mexico, well, exactly. And so in Mexico, most of the people you see on TV are white skinned, blue-eyed, lighter haired Mexicans. And actually in Mexico, most of the dumb characters are dark skinned Mexicans. So color is important.
Interesting. And I think this goes back to our like conversation for the first question, which is you could have no ill intent with what you're saying, no malicious intent, but it doesn't take away the power of what you're saying could totally be incorrect. So I definitely realized like a few years later when I was reflecting and I was like, that was probably not the best thing to say. I should have rephrased it. But this conversation helps me rephrase it in a much better way. So thank you for this, guys.
And then I want to make a quick comment. I feel like the one thing that we're missing here, saying I don't care about your race or I don't see color. If you're going to be my friend or my partner, I want you to care about my race. I need you to care about my race. This is like, that is who I am at my core. And by saying that, you are erasing that whole side of that relationship. So
I love that. It actually, I think, who said that? Someone in chat said something like, it removes Smell You Later said it removes part of one's identity, which is not the same thing as not having a problem with it. And I love that.
Yeah.
It is a part of their identity. Yeah.
I have to use the restroom real quick.
Yes. Do you guys want to take a washroom break or a water break?
Okay for now.
yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
All right. Washroom break. 5 minutes. I'll be back, guys. I'll be
Washroom,
back.
so Canadian.
Oh, sorry. Did I miss something?
I said washroom, so Canadian.
Oh, I know. Every time I'm playing
Washroom.
Valorant, I was like, guys, there's footsteps in the washroom. And then I was like, oh, bathroom.
Wait a minute. If y'all all getting up at the same time, is that just going to be me and Calvin?
Ooh, go at it. Go at it.
Yes, Calvin. Come now. We can talk about the good stuff now, brother. Educate y'all on these cast iron skillets.
Yo, okay.
Talking
So,
about Logis?
no, we're talking about cast iron skillets.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you. Number one, your regular cooking pan is coated, right? It's a metal, it's like a metal it's a hardened metal that can withstand intense heat, but it has a coat on it, right? And so you're already cooking your food on some type of terrible concoction to make sure that your metal doesn't burn, right? and the problem with that is you're eliminating the what you call it, you're not giving it a proper burn on your food, right? So scientists believe that when humans, the start of when humans' brains started to expand was eating cooked food, not just eating meat, but eating cooked meat, right? And studies also show that you get more nutrients out of even vegetables when you cook them, right? You get more nutrients out of cooked vegetables than you do eating raw vegetables, right? Which is odd, right? But it makes sense because heat makes things move fast, right? That's what heat is. It's things moving really, really fast. And so when things move fast, they break apart. So you're you're getting more of that calcium, and you're getting more of this and that coming out of the things that are, you know, bonded together, right? You need heat to separate bonds. And so if you think about that, that coating on your regular your pan, it's heated up too, right? And it is releasing things that shouldn't necessarily be, you should be consuming, because no one's going to be, you should not be eating some type of plastic, some type of, you know, insoluble thing that goes into your body. All this to say, buy a cast iron skillet.
But if
Not
you buy a
only
cast
will your
iron skillet,
food
you need-
taste better.
Straight
You
up.
need to
If you,
season
and
your
also,
cast
yo,
iron
to your
skillet. You need to
point,
do that.
you do have to season it, yes. 100% agreed.
So you gotta coat it with burnt oil.
Yeah.
To Calvin's point. Also, think about like those degrees of separation between you and the food, right? Anything that you place in between that takes away from the flavor. Just that coating alone between the metal and your food, like that's by the majority of the time when you look at the bottom of that pan and you go, there's all the flavor right there. That's because that coating is legitimately rejecting the seasonings, all of that. It's not really designed to mesh with the food. So many times people will either over season or they seasoned it well, but half of it just falls off because it's not really inductive to staying within your food. And that's something that a cast iron skillet also will help you to do.
Buy a cast iron skillet.
Cast iron. This stream is
I own
sponsored
a
by
lodge.
Calvin's cast
know a
iron
noob.
skillets.
Calvin's cast iron skillet. Do you like to cook? Are you looking for something to spice up your kitchen? Buy the Calvin cast iron skillet. Hi, I'm Calvin. My family's making cast iron skillets for 75 years.
Okay, let me take my break.
Are you tired of tasteless, bland food?
Well, you know, and actually too, you actually increase the iron in your iron intake when you eat from a cast iron skillet, because you're cooking your food in iron. It makes perfect sense. Like,
Boom.
come on, man.
It's science, folks. And the inexpensive. You were right. They do not cost a lot. They really don't. And I'm telling you something. If you season it and properly take care of it, those things last forever.
They do.
For real.
They do.
They last for a long time. Matter of fact, y'all think it's a game? Hang on, I'm about to show y'all something right now.
We pulling out the cast iron skillets?
Absolutely.
Are we pulling out the cast? Am I gonna go get mine? That's so funny. So, Serial, you said you're part Hispanic. Where are you from?
I live in New Mexico.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Look at that. Y'all think it's a game? Get that. Look at
There
that.
you go.
DJ. Get that
Look at that. See, he
beautiful-
went and got it. There you
Is
go.
that the
Wonderful
cast
stuff.
iron?
This is a Calvin cast iron skillet.
That's right.
Been in this family for over 75 years. They've been producing them, making them, and you get it all not for $1.99, not even $69.99, but $59.99.
Ooh.
And it comes with a cookbook.
How many payments?
Calvin-
4 payments?
Calvin-
3 payments?
No, one payment, one easy payment of only $59.99.
We're making our
Comes with the
own
skillet
infomercial
and the
right
Calvin-
here.
And the
That's
Calvin
right.
cookbook. Easy
That's right.
peasy. All right. And if you act now today, shipping is free.
Sponsored by G Fuel.
Hold on.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Ilea says, I think many people are well-intentioned when they say I don't see color, but unfortunately, it's also used too often by people to mean I refuse to acknowledge how differently you get treated. Yes, which is why it was problematic when I said it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Smell You Later says, it seems like something you'd say in a perfect world, but the reality is that we live in a world that does see color and misuses differences in color.
Excuse me.
Bless you. So
Bless
we
you.
have to see color. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what those are, children.
You know what the other wonderful part to that is? There's nothing wrong with seeing color.
Yeah.
No.
It's not a problem. Like,
Please.
it's totally fine to see it. When it becomes an issue is when you discriminate because of the fact.
Yeah.
That's where you start screwing up.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
And that's basically something that you shouldn't be saying as a way of saying I love who you are. I want to be friends with you regardless of what your skin color is, what your ethnicity is. That's a better way of going about it than saying I don't see your differences.
Yes, and or I don't care about, as Calvin so eloquently educated. That's important to make sure that's thrown right in there, so it doesn't get overlooked and overlooked. I mean, and you know what I like, because when I thought about when he was speaking, think about if it's just an individual person, right? What if somebody came up to me and said, I don't care, Suge. I don't care that you're Suge. Well, like, what? What do you mean you don't care? I hope you would. I would like for you to care about me
because it's part of
who I am. That would be really cool of you, actually. Yeah, you're man. I'm telling you, brother.
Yeah.
Man, you did
Thank
the thing
you.
right there.
That was a good one. Yeah.
Well, I liked what Cyril said about it though, because if you take that away from me,
yeah,
you have to understand.
It's
even
your identity. It's part of your identity.
Yes, if I'm playing metal and we up there doing our thing, understand that I am still black. So don't do what you're thinking about. Just don't say it. Don't say it. Oh, it's weird to see somebody black up there. Just don't. Stop it.
Wait, say that again. Don't say that it's nice to see someone black up there.
Yeah, that it's weird to see somebody.
Oh, it's weird to see somebody black. Oh,
yeah,
God.
yeah. Just don't say that, because you gotta understand. I am, no matter what I do, no matter how many people say I'm not black for doing this, I am still black, and it is part of me.
Is it okay to see? Is it okay to say it's nice to see more black representation in metal?
Oh, you can say it any way you want, like that. You can
Is
be
that
like,
okay?
You can say it like
do you like that?
I love that. You'd be like,
okay.
I love seeing a brother up there doing this kind of genre, because we can break out into anything and we're not stuck in just something small like that. But yes, it's about the wording.
And that's why I want to get it right too, because I think sometimes you don't have like malicious intent, but sometimes the way you say it could be very off-putting. So it's important to so thank you for clarifying that for me.
No, I like love that when someone does acknowledge that I am that, but I don't say it in a way to where it's like, like have you ever been told, I've been told this. They'd be like, oh, you're cute for a black guy. I'm like,
that's not cool, right?
I'm like,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
What? Do you, it's something like that.
Okay,
it's
so that's just, that's just a no.
Like, that is cringe master 9000 right there. That is insane. that is insane. You know what? I relate to that. I relate to that very much. Like, I can't stand when people say something when they say things like, "Oh, she's cute for an older lady. Can't she just be cute? Hey, you're
and
cute."
Leave it at that.
End of story. Why make it weird about her age, or why make it weird about his or her anything? Just let them be as is. If you find the features attractive, then just freaking say that and keep it moving.
Yes.
I have a thing in my stream.
Yeah, backhanded compliments. Hi, pseudonym.
Where so a lot of guys, a lot of straight men, they like to say things like, "Oh, you're really funny, no homo."
I was about to say that. I freaking hate that. I hate that.
I hate it. I say no, fuck you. We say full homo here, and then I make them say the same thing again
without the no homo.
Hey. So I'm saying something bad. I was like, I love you too, all homo. I'll be like,
yeah. You say all, because there's no, like, because you're saying if you are a straight man and you think that I'm cute, fucking say it, because I'm gonna say it to you. Jake Gyllenhaal, I would make out with Jake Gyllenhaal in a second. And I'm as straight as they come.
Yeah.
He's a beautiful man.
I have so many girl crushes, like so many female crushes. Like Nicole Scherzinger, hello?
Right. That's
Nicole
what I'm saying.
Scherzinger? Scarlett Johansson? Oh my
so-
God, send them my
my God.
way.
Scarlett
Not that I would do
Johansson.
anything, I'll just look at them, but still. Okay.
You guys want to know something? This is fact. This is actual fact. So, the turn of the century, right? Around 1900 or so. Back then, when marriage was more of a business as opposed to it being like a union of two individuals who shared feelings for each other. It was like that for most women in the United States. But at the turn of the century, more women were going to college, and more women were out living on their own, right? And obviously, living on your own is a lot more expensive than when you have your family taking care of you. And so, women would often find roommates with their best friends, and it was a general thing for men and women to live together and be like literally best friends for the rest, companions for the rest of their lives if they never like moved out and married and stuff like that. And so when more and more women started to become more independent, men didn't like that, and men started to put out propaganda that the only reason why two people of the same sex would ever hang out with each other is if they were doing something sexual. And so they started this homophobic lie
Oh, wow.
to convince people to not live with each other because it benefited men, because then if women didn't want to be seen living with their best friend anymore, then they wouldn't move out of their homes. They wouldn't have said wait for a man to come in and pull them out of their homes to marry them. But in turn, it did this. Another effect that they didn't consider happening was men were like, well, I'm not gay. I don't want to be seen as gay, and they stopped living with their best friends too. And so it's that because men wanted to have more control over the women that they married, they have perpetuated, or that's when the started of being gay was bad. It was, no one really cared about it prior to the turn of the 20th century.
That's true.
And so it all started because men wanted to control women and wanted to have better prospects than women becoming independent and living on their own. That's pretty interesting.
That is really interesting.
Yeah, it's weird how it manifests into now.
Yeah.
You can't say that a man is attractive
Without saying no homo. It always bothered me so much. And I
hate
have
it.
so much respect, and it actually is a very attractive trait. Like, I would want that in my significant other, to be able to say, like, damn, he's good looking. Wow. When they put him on screen or something like that. I want him to like freely say that without being like, but no homo. I mean, I would never like, whoa, I would never, I'm not in like, don't freak out, bro. It's just, I feel like human beings are able to be conscious of what they're attracted to or what they find attractive, regardless of what it is. You can appreciate beauty and not be sexually attracted to it. You know what? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I can think Nicole Scherzinger has an amazing body, is an amazing dancer and singer, and seems like a hella funny person. And I would totally want to be friends with her and hang out with her and just kind of like gawk at her for a bit. But it doesn't automatically mean like, oh, that she's trying to get with her and all that.
Right.
And if I do, who cares? Like, that's not the point. But
You
the
know,
point is like,
hey.
right? But like, the point is not that I have to say like no homo though. I never feel the need to make that line. But I will say there have been instances, and I think this is a separate issue, a conversation for another day, but women are not taught to be extremely kind and caring for other women. It's more like this competition and this weird thing. Like, you're taught or you're told like, oh, girls are so catty, so you grow up believing that girls are so catty, I gotta be careful, I can't trust them, I can't do this. And then you meet some girls and you're like, bro, some girls can be normal too, just like some guys can be normal, and then they're gonna be the dicky guys. But I feel like sometimes when I give compliments to girls, I find myself thinking like, oh God, I hope they don't think I'm trying to hit on them, because I'm not. I'm genuinely just giving them a compliment. So I do find myself thinking that, But I never preface it with like no homo. No.
Right.
Yeah.
That's totally valid. I think that all the time. Like, oh man,
I hope
get
they
one
don't.
person.
Yeah, because
Like,
it's not
I was
like
just
that.
like, ah.
That's something. Actually, it's an interesting point that you make, because something that I learned about myself, I would say, I was definitely within the last 10 years, right? Like I grew as a child. Growing up, they would describe me as a touchy-feely child, right? Because I always wanted to hug someone or something like that. Well, I found, I discovered that book, The 5 Love Languages, excellent book.
Oh,
and it
love
was
it.
just a way that I shared affection, and I didn't get that, right? But now I have to, and because I know that about myself, I have to be conscious, especially not them saying that it's different, but it does, especially when I come to females. Like, I have to be careful of trying to approach a female to hug, because they might think, oh,
He's into me.
Something more than, like, no, that's just how I roll. If I think you're cool, I'm gonna hug you, because that's just how I feel. Like obviously I'm gonna wait and make sure you're receptive and so on and so forth. I'm not just gonna be randomly, trying to want nothing like that. But on the whole, I'm going to move in toward you for a hug or a handshake or a high five or some form of breaking that touch barrier, because I'm telling you that I love you. Because let me tell you something. If I don't like you, I'm not going to touch you. I promise you that. If I don't like you, I refuse to put my skin upon your skin unless it's for life-saving procedures. So, take it in totality. Yes. If I do place my hands upon you, if I do decide to embrace you physically, it's because there's something that I do care about. And I personally am going to do that without this barrier of, oh, they might think this. Look, let me tell you something. I agree with what Calvin said. Like, you can't do this backhanded apology stuff, but I do refuse to take acceptance for something you try to make more than what it is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just giving you a hug.
Yeah.
If you decide to go, well, you were trying to do something.
That's on you.
You're being a little bit ridiculous. Okay. Oh, and also, I'm not going to cross this barrier. Oh, if I hug Unicorn Chris or if I hug El Canadiano or Calvin, then somebody might perceive that I'm not going to say no homo before I hug you. I'm just going to give you a hug, and that's just going to be the freaking end of it. Right?
I'm going to grab your ass, too, so.
Hey, he's like, hold on.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. COVID been hard on everybody. Some people need to get it like this.
Some kind of loving. Some kind of loving. Any kind. Settle for anything.
Sometimes some people need that grab, Calvin. Some people need that grab, Calvin.
Slow touch. Oh god, y'all killing me. All right, do-rag question. Do-rag, help me out. What is do-rag? What does it do?
I'll defer to you guys.
Is that gonna be me or Suge? Which one? Suge, go ahead. You got it first.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, friend. So a do-rag, simply put, is really no different than any other hair care product, right? It's usually made of a silk or like or like a stocking hose, something of that nature, where it's made to help your hair lay down or sort of straighten itself out. A great way to explain it is this: like when you go to bed, right, and you don't want to wake up with bedhead or whatever, right? That's something that a do-rag helps, but it also helps train your hair to make it wavy, and it's super cool if you do it right, but you got to keep up with it. And that's really all there is to it. It's nothing more than that. It's just a piece of cloth that helps to make your hair lay down, and it sort of like I said, it makes your hair wavy and sort of not undoes the curls, but it, like exactly what I said, it just makes it wavy. That's all there is to it. That's all a do-rag is.
So
if you have your, go ahead.
Chris, can I just see your hair really quick if you don't mind? Because I have a question about the hair. Okay, so Chris's length of hair, right? He's got maybe like a, what is that, 1 millimeter maybe?
It's pretty long.
Whoa, never mind. It's quite long. Okay.
You probably got 2 or 3 inches.
Okay, so can he... Okay, so how does he get his hair wavy?
Same thing.
So...
Grease, do-rag, let it stay up.
Like, does he have to comb it out and then make it, like, put his fingers to make it wavy?
No, that's going to happen intrinsically because it's matting it down. A matter of fact, you can, I guess, a similar thing. If if it would be closed, it's like having a hairnet, right? Imagine having an ultra tight hairnet.
Okay.
If you put a hairnet on your head and it's super tight and it's pressed against you, you tie it around. When you take that off, that hair is going to be compressed.
Got
it's
it.
going to be very smooth, right? Now, you know that there's still tons of hair, right? But it's going to be compressed because you've had something pressing against it.
So how does
Keep
it
talking.
get the
Let's show you
wave
something.
pattern though?
How does it? Okay, so it forms the wave pattern because the hair is curly. See what I'm saying? If
Okay.
you take a curl and you straighten it out, then it's going to have that. It's going to have that curved pattern
Oh.
because it's flat. It's a flat curl. That's what the wave
Okay.
ends up becoming.
Gotcha.
Well,
You
we
don't put your fingers down to like make that indent. That's what I thought
No.
all this time, guys.
No,
All this time, I would see waves and be like, okay, so
what's doing the
they
magic.
put product and then they push it down because it looks like a finger, right? It looks like it's like an actual wave. So I thought it was like pushed down. I'm being so educated right now.
Can I say something about that though?
Of course,
Like,
yeah, go for
now,
it.
yeah, right now it's like I'm gonna show you something real quick. This is a pick. I'm just gonna say it is way too late for me to
Thank you,
start
guys. Watch.
trying this wave thing because look, check it out. Now I ain't put nothing in my hair yet, but like if I start picking my hair out a little bit more, like just the front of it, just the front of it versus the back of it. All right. So let's get close to the camera. So we got the front of it, right? I just picked it out, right? Excuse my dirt. And now we go to the back of it. You can't really see, but we'll go to the side right here. So it still looks flat back here, right?
Yeah.
So if I were to pick it out, I would be pulling it back like this.
Wow. Wow.
So my hair is way too long to be starting this whole wave thing. So I would, if I were to get my hair braided, which it would be time for that, I would also want to wear a do-rag because it would also recompress my hair like I have it right now. And it would not make it frizzy, and it would keep the texture of my braids in the oil product and not allow my head to dry out when I take
Great
those
point.
out. And that's another reason for a do-rag because you don't want to destroy your scalp while it's being because once you tighten it up with those braids, if you don't put oil in it, it does dry out. Once you take the braids out, the skin will start to break, and then your hair can start falling out because you're not having that do-rag and holding all the oil and the texture in there because of that. So it's to take care of your hair, basically. That's really what it's for. But there's a controversy if we want to get into that. If you want to get into something like that.
A controversy. Wait, so sorry. If you have braids in your hair, is that like a day type of thing? Like, oh, I'm going for an event, I'm gonna braid my hair, and then you take it out and you wash out your hair, or like?
Oh, hell no. You gotta keep that in there for at least a week. You gotta, because if you just braid it once, because really the point of having your hair braided is so it can grow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Oh.
without
Compress it
it,
till it
I didn't know that. Okay.
comes
Yes.
back stronger, pretty much.
yeah, so without compressing it with the do-rag also, in the other oils and everything else, it's not going to grow. It's just gonna dry out. You're gonna mess your scalp up, and then it's gonna fall out.
If
Your
you
hair's gonna
don't
fall-
have the do-rag.
well,
Or the oils.
It's
or
a
anything.
combination of all
Yeah.
of them.
yeah, you gotta have all of that
Right.
with the do-rag or a wave. I prefer do-rags with braids because wave caps they don't cover everything you need back here too. You gotta have it back here. So
Yeah.
yeah, I love do-rags. My hair's thinning, you know, and my hair's turning gray now. It's not.
Becoming a
about it.
geezer.
Guys, I really appreciate this. Like, you guys have taught me so much. I had all these questions for so long. I asked that question. That was me, not so anonymous. But like, I've always had this question, and I was afraid to ask it. So this has been really good. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yo, if you want a great documentary about it, because that goes to the controversy that Chris was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the movie Good Hair by
Good
Chris
Hair.
Rock.
Good hair
Watch
by.
that movie, Good Hair by Chris Rock, the comedian Chris
Chris Rock.
Rock.
Oh yeah.
Watch that. What's up?
Chris Rock, you said.
Yeah, Chris Rock. Yep, you got it. It's called Good Hair. It's a super interesting documentary, and it, like I said, it very much touches on the controversy that he was talking about.
All right, I'll look into that. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for answering that.
I would have put oil if I knew you were gonna ask. I was gonna do that. My hair's all dry because of work. I'm sorry. Don't look at it.
No. Oh, wait. One last question: Is a pick a comb that you use for your hair, or you have a separate comb for combing your hair and then a pick for picking your hair?
Yeah, a comb and a pick are separate. Like you would use the pick to help throw it out. So pick is for expansion. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like that's
And that's for that
and it's a
afro
better way to
look,
do it.
or that's for you need to do that before every hairstyle.
Well,
No, you do. Go ahead.
I'll say this with that too. Actually, before I did that with this pick, I should have combed it because my hair is still at a length to where it can be combed out, and then picked out to further make the texture go out like that.
Got
Which
it.
is why it's not catching everything right now.
Got
Because
it.
the pick's too big. So it's a lot of work. It's way too much work. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Essentially, you make a transition. Keep using the comb when you can. Use the pick to accentuate, but at a certain point, you're going to start using that pick, and you're just going to have to get in there and work
Just
through
hurt.
that thing. It's a small known fact. I actually had braids and an afro for about 6 months in my junior year of high school. I think it was my junior year of high school.
Yes.
It got to a decent size. It was about 5-6 inches that I got up to.
Wow.
Super
It
Florida.
was pretty righteous, man. It was pretty cool. And the thing was, I didn't do it for any particular reason in and of itself. I was just like, you know what? Let me try this bad boy out, and I loved it. I couldn't stand it braided.
So you
that
need
braid-
to make it a fro before you braid it, right?
You need to get it to at least a certain length that it's braidable.
Length. Okay.
In order to help it grow. Because like I said, it's really, that's what it's doing. It's like going to the gym, right? Like you break those muscles down and rebuild stronger. So you braid them, you repress it, and your hair is like, let me out of here. And then when it comes out of them braids, it's like,
Longer.
That's popping.
Oh,
Yep,
oh my
that's it.
As long as you
God.
take care of it.
Thank
Take care of
you.
it.
Yeah.
You do.
With
Gotta
the
manage it.
oils, the products, and the
Oils.
do-rag.
That's it.
Y'all heard it here first. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Next question, I believe, is more for El Canadiano and for
Me?
possibly Serial. When COVID hit, did people start treating you any differently? Because I heard unfortunately, there were a lot of people that when you first look at them and you think that they're any kind of Asian, they were getting mistreated during this time. So,
Well, I luckily live in a very diverse state, I guess. There's more, I'm not really diverse, I guess. There's a lot of people of color here. It's mostly like Mexican and Hispanic people. There's not a lot of Asians here. I always, when I'm at work, get asked about about me being Filipino. It happens all the time. People comment on my eyes. This happens before COVID. But when COVID hit, luckily nobody said anything racial to me. I got really worried when my mom would go to the store, because for a while there, we only had one person going to the store, and it was my parents. And I would get nervous when my mom would go, because I didn't want anybody to racially discriminate her. But one thing that did happen when everybody was quarantined and furloughed for that period of time, I was actually playing Valorant and I was streaming it. Oh, maybe I wasn't streaming it, I can't remember, but someone told me to go back to China and eat bats. So
What?
I'm not Chinese.
Good one, bro.
Hey, I'm Chinese. Let me deal with that guy.
Roast that guy. Hold on.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm so sorry you had to deal with that.
I'm so sorry. That is so ridiculous. And that's
I've
the
had my
thing.
fair share of that kind of stuff.
But see, a lot of people don't even know that this thing exists. They're like, no, we're so much better today than we were in the past. Like, racism doesn't exist.
I used to think that too, and then you find tons of examples. Like growing up, I dealt with people who told me to go back to China. And by the way, if you want me to reveal something in my life, I was born in Ottawa. Thank you very much.
So if you go and deport me, I'm going right back to Ottawa, okay?
Yeah, and Canada is a just silly country, so if you were born in this territory, you are a Canadian citizen.
Yes.
I'm just going to point that out.
Thank you.
But to answer your question, you know what? I'm actually going to say I haven't really experienced any different form of discrimination because I'm Chinese since COVID. Maybe it is because of the city I live in, because before this I actually lived just south of Chinatown here in Toronto, the second Chinatown. that's for a different story. Or maybe it's because everybody is stuck at home. Maybe it's that. Maybe it could be that. Maybe it's just because I'm not trying to suggest that additional racism against Asians has not been happening, because I too have heard horror stories.
Yeah.
I too believe them. But maybe due to circumstantial reasons, I didn't have to experience much.
Yeah.
Either it's because I live in this city, or maybe it's because I just hole up in my home and play video games all day, rather than going out and about, right?
Yeah.
Mind you as well, you know, I also will reveal that in terms of ethnicity, I'm a Hong Konger. My parents were both from Hong Kong. Toronto as a city and the surrounding areas, including particularly cities like Markham and Richmond Hill, has some of the highest concentration of Hong Kong diaspora in the world. Right? So maybe there's a bit of that as well. Maybe because there's quite enough, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that.
It could be. You should come to Texas. You'll experience it.
Yeah.
I swear you will experience it. I even had to.
I'll come with my DeMarcus Ware jersey.
Hey. That won't help.
My boy.
That won't help. Nah, well,
that won't help.
The people I've had to stop from doing that type of stuff. Well, you say we can curse, the type of bullshit like that. It was a lot of black people that I had to stop from doing that, because they actually were pointing everybody that looked at even just a little bit of Asian descent, and I say Asian as in a general thing, because it's like every time someone looks Asian, they say Chinese, and I'm like
you know it's bigger than China, right?
Yeah, I was like, most people we have are from the Philippines, like the Philippines and South Korea is like no one. Well, there's people here from China, like where I live, but I'm like, no, but everyone's South Korean and Filipino here, like, and they went and started being racist to them, and I was like, because of what they said on the news about COVID, and they were like, oh yeah, it started in China and such, and I was like, you being just like the white people are being to us right now, you know that, right? Like I had to stop that.
I appreciate you built them up for it.
Oh yeah. I really fight for our rights. All of our rights.
Going back to
I was just about to say full circle,
right?
baby, full circle.
You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, that's not okay. That's racist, fool.
Well, there's a theory. It's called the brown crab theory. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it.
No,
I don't think I have.
But what essentially is if you get crabs, don't get crabs. But if you take two, crabs, if you take two crabs, and you put them in a pot of boiling water, right, and it starts to boil like from room temperature to boiling, one of the crabs will be like, I don't want to be in this boiling water, I'm gonna die, and tries to crawl out, but the other crabs will grab the crab and pull it back into the water. This is real. And they use it as an analogy for minority communities, where if we see other people, other minorities
thriving,
trying to excel or trying to get away from hardship, we beat each other up and we pull each other down, right? That's why why there are Mexicans who vote against Mexican interests, because they go, oh, my family immigrated to America legally, we did it the right way. All the ones who don't, you're bad. Or you have people like Herman Cain saying, well, if you sag your pants, then you're just asking to be called ghetto. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we beat each other up all the time, and it's part of systemic racism. We are trying to we're trying to act like the people in power, because if we think that if we act like the people who are in the power right now, that then they'll accept us differently from the rest of them. But we're all the same people. You can't, and they know that. They know that we're the same people, and so it's a thing. It's a thing. Minority groups beat up on each other and look down on each other as a way to make it seem as if we are better than them, even though we're birds of a feather. You know.
Literally. That was a good example. Herman Cain was a good example. I like that one. That was amazing.
I have the couple of things that came to mind as Calvin was speaking there, and as you all were speaking, was that the first and foremost, like you said it, we're all people, right? Like that's already the first barrier that f's us up. We like, granted, we understand why it's the way it is, because again, we already talked about it, inherited issue, right?
Yep.
The fact that we don't just say we're all people and that nobody should be outperforming anybody, that's already a breakdown.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate and all that. But the other problem is too, like when you say hurricane, or like obviously our current president, right, who says things like the China virus. Come on, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Putting a virus on a whole country. And what other disease, okay, do we go, oh, it's this person's virus, or it's that kind of virus, or the black virus, or the white virus? You don't say that. Nobody says that, dude.
You know what?
And you wonder why we have an issue.
There's one.
Hello, come on. It's starting from the top and working its way down.
They did say that AIDS was the gay and black virus.
They did say that. They did say that. I was like, there was one time they did say that.
There you go. You're right.
I guess,
and thus lies the problem.
I guess we need to go and research all the other viruses and find the ethnicity, guys, because we're slacking.
Wasn't the Spanish flu originated in Missouri?
That damn Spanish flu.
If I remember that one correctly.
Ridiculous, man.
Which to me would highlight the fact that why it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I had a question based on what Cal Van said. So he said that, the brown crab theory, it made me think of something that happened on Twitter with Terry Crews. I think that's his name.
Oh man.
Okay,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
Okay. Hold on.
I was just thinking about him too.
You were too?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I remember people were calling him like Uncle Tom or something like that, right? Why? I don't know the full story, so I'm not taking sides. I'm genuinely trying to understand what happened.
Well, the first question is, do you know what an Uncle Tom is?
It's someone. What I've heard from our conversation, Sugar and Lemons, is an Uncle Tom is basically like a black person who is happy serving a white person and carrying out their duties to fulfill like their commitment to a white person, basically, like bending over backwards basically for them, and they're happy serving them.
There's another example of that, because I've been called Uncle Tom a lot, and it goes back to me playing metal. We'll just leave it at that. It goes back to me playing metal.
Okay, and that's what made me think, related to Cal Van, it's like, just because you see someone succeeding or entering a predominantly white a company, or sorry, segment or institution, thank you, you start trying to bring them down by saying, oh, you're like succumbing to the white man's trap, or like you're befriending the white people. Like, is that what was happening with Terry Crews? Or like, I don't quite understand what was happening there. Does someone want to fill me in? What did he say?
Well, I had to look at it again, because when I saw it, I remember I thought it was so stupid that I ignored it. I was like, I ain't playing into this. It's Terry Crews you're talking
about. Does anyone know what we're talking about? If someone knows, if they could post a tweet, I would appreciate that. I don't know.
I remembered it in the time, but I don't now.
Yeah, it's like, because it was so dumb. It was so dumb that people got mad at Terry Crews for it. And I was just like,
it was dumb that they got mad at him. Right?
Yeah, I was like, y'all understand we kind of busy with something. Y'all gonna try to pinpoint?
No, it wasn't dumb that they got mad at him. So Terry Crews said, essentially, he said that we need to, in regards to the Black Lives Matter movement, right? And just so everyone's on the same page, the Black Lives Matter movement is a movement for awareness of the injustice that Black people and minorities face in the criminal justice system. It's not saying that Black people are better or anything else. It's just saying that majority of the people who are incarcerated are minority people, you know, even though there's more white people in the US. It doesn't make sense.
Yes.
So what he said was, in regards to the Black Lives Matter movement, he said we need to not be careful in our fight against white supremacy, that we don't instead endorse Black supremacy, which is and that the reason why that was an incorrect statement to say is because it's mischaracterizing the movement as a whole, because the movement as a whole wasn't a push so that Black people get better things in life. It's like, stop fucking killing us, you know? You know, like stop killing Mexicans, stop killing Black people.
I got something to say about that though. Once you get done.
Yeah, and I'll follow after you, Chris.
Yeah, and so that was the intent of the movement, was that and to say that that we wanted people who support Black Lives Matter, that we wanted Black supremacy was a gross mischaracterization of the movement as a whole, and that's why he took flack for it.
Oh, here's the thing about that though. The reason why I kind of didn't like that people got mad at him for that, because, you know, I was out there fighting and all this stuff for Black Lives. We lost out here. We got destroyed out here. It was we started having to face violence. People got scared, but like the thing is people actually did want to take it that way. They were taking Black Lives Matter that way.
Yeah.
And when he said that, I was like, yeah, thank you, Terry Crews. Like, kind of get it back to where it was supposed to be. It's because I agree with what you're saying, Cal. I agree with what you're saying. But people weren't seeing it that way.
Yeah.
They were seeing it as Black Lives Matter. This is our chance to have this one group that we can all come together and actually go above all these because I mean, people are this frustration that a lot of us felt, it spilled out into the streets real fast.
Yeah.
And people were ready to take everything from everybody.
Yeah.
If you said one thing that wasn't, like, if you said like something like small, like I don't know, I guess like let's go back to you're cute for a Black guy, boom, take them. Black supremacy, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
And that's what he was getting at. But the majority of people that weren't actually out there fighting, doing all this stuff, facing the act. I mean, I'm nothing against anybody that didn't fight, but the shit that was going on out there was extreme. Like our city government actually had to step in before this shit blew up on us, because it was about to blow up, because everyone was so ready to fight. These people had to face of these other veterans. I couldn't believe it. Let me tell you a story real quick. Okay, so these veterans, when we were doing our Black Lives Matter movement, this is the most peaceful protest that we had. They had armed veterans. They wanted to call themselves veterans. Some of them Marines. Armed veterans out there waiting on people to start rioting and looting when this was peaceful. And then when I faced these guys, because, you know, I'm a combat veteran, right? You know, I don't been to war and all that shit. So I started asking them about it. And it turns out every single one of them, except one, didn't even go overseas. Some of them were just straight up supply. They were all support roles, and they were acting like they were going to do something to somebody. And all they did was incite violence, because they started getting the gang members out here that said, oh, you want to bring guns? Because they were all white. Like, you want to bring some guns to us? We're going to go, we got guns too. And then they came out there. And I was like,
that's not what you're trying to do, right? You're like, bro, that's not what we're trying to do. But
that's why when Terry Crews said something like that over here, it made a lot of sense.
Gotcha.
I was like, God damn. Like it turned into this war. But
my only thing about that, I'm sorry. Did you finish?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My only thing about that is like what I said earlier. Outliers. You can't let the outliers define the movement as a whole, right? And that's why what Terry Crews said was attacked, because the movement as a whole was supposed to be a peaceful organization. And even though there are some people who took it to, on both sides, who took it to the extreme, right? They
Yes.
do not make up the message of the majority.
That is correct. But this goes back to you remember that question that we got asked if you were friends with the racists?
Yeah.
Right.
Racist. Okay, see, now's the thing. When he said that, I was like, why are we seeing? Because there's a huge gray area. In rights for we're fighting for this, but we also have to make sure that we keep each other in check.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
But
right.
and then instead of people actually allowing to see the message for what it was, what I think,
Gotcha. Okay.
they got him, and I was just like, man, I ain't even gonna get in this because if I start arguing this and I try to put points in there to where this isn't just black and white, because I don't know if you've ever been in a war, it is not just black and white. No matter which way you put it, you got to see gray. Otherwise, you start getting just massacres like that stupid black. Well, you know what? I don't want to talk about Blackwater. Let me get away from that. I don't want to get too far into that. I'm losing. Okay, go ahead.
Des
I
mentioned
think
it. He
that-
said we
okay.
must ensure Black Lives Matter doesn't morph into Black Lives Better. And I understand Calvan's and Unicorn Chris's point with the fact that the base of Black Lives Matter is not that. However, outliers are important. So I think what he was trying to do was address those outliers of those people, because there were a lot of people actually, even in my stream, and when we did the Black Lives Matter talk, I created a Black Lives Matter conversation in my Discord, and there were people coming in there even saying that there are people who are turning this into a black people are better. So that's what people are seeing. That's what some people were doing. So what do you guys think? Like, yes, the onus lies on both sides. Terry Crews to maybe have phrased it differently, and the people to have given him the benefit of the doubt, right? Can we agree on that they should have given him the benefit of the doubt, right?
He could have said that better. He could have said it way better.
There.
Yeah.
So, but then people should be like, no, I know Terry Crews. What he means to say is there are people who are doing this, and yeah, he's right. So let's collectively come up with a better way. How could he have said maybe like, I see some people are morphing Black Lives Matter into Black Lives Better. Let's make sure we don't do that. Something like that.
Can I inject something
Yeah.
right now?
Good.
Can this go back to what you said about your ex-boyfriend? Because there's actually I actually pulled up the tweet.
Yeah.
We must ensure Black Lives Matter doesn't morph into Black Lives Better is the second part of the tweet. The first part of the tweet actually says, if you are a child of God, you are my brother and sister. I have a family of every race, creed, and ideology. And then the second paragraph of that tweet was, you must ensure Black Lives Matter doesn't morph into Black Lives Better.
Oh, so
do you
you're
guys think
thinking
of
he
that?
should have just stopped at the first one and just like left it? Is that what you're saying, El Canadiano?
What do you guys think of that?
No.
I actually want to ask the question openly.
That's a good point. That's a good point, because I was going to say that or something similar, because and you related it back to Raven's comment about her ex-boyfriend. It wasn't the intention was to say the specific thing, right? But then when you added more words is what made it the problem, right? So him saying we must ensure Black Lives Matter doesn't morph into, and then he invented something that that he put a label on something. You know what I'm saying? By him saying Black Lives Better, that is what people didn't like. If he had said, "Hey, I'm seeing this
I put the
thing
tweet
going on,"
in chat.
Yeah,
if
thank
anybody
you.
wants
Des
to
pasted it there
cross-
too. Yeah, thank you.
he says,
No, that actually was not. That was a different, or that was a different part of that was a different tweet.
Okay.
Okay, so but when he says we must ensure that Black Lives Matter doesn't morph into, if he just said something that it's not supposed to be, that would have probably portrayed his message that he was actually trying to say, as opposed to putting
Actual hashtag, like
an actual
a
hashtag
movement.
on it and create it. Because when you say I don't see color, right? Instead of just saying I love you, what does it matter?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You turned it into something that it wasn't supposed to be. So, could he have said it better? Of course he could have.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But the thing, I argued with more people that I'm trying to get into this, but with that whole tweet thing, I had to argue with more people that weren't black about that tweet than people that were black. that was the thing that I didn't like. I was like, why am I arguing with people that aren't black about this thing? But I understand we got allies, but it's like y'all understand what he's getting at,
Right?
But no, he could have worded it better.
Benefit of the
I did
doubt
say
and
that, I was
worded
like,
it better. Both sides. Yeah.
like,
You know, I think what you have introduced in this situation, Raven, is also acknowledging the fact that the other side of the coin, we do have a responsibility to help one another through it, right? Through everything
Yes.
that y'all have all been saying, right? Is even once we do it, right? And like I said, I just got to keep returning back to how Calvin pointed this thing out about the outliers and the stuff that Chris is facing, things that Cyril are noticing, right? All of us are seeing different advantages and viewpoints, but one thing that we haven't necessarily touched on too much is that, hey, once we do get someone, I do believe, and this is just me now, I believe in order for us to move forward together, we do have some inherent responsibility. Like I said, we pick and choose our battles. But to say, all right, y'all, before we go off the rails about what he's saying, all right, let's look at the heart of it.
Yeah.
First and foremost, let's cut away the fluff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because inherently, we already know, we already beat that up, right? Hey, just keep it with, hey, Black Lives Matter movement needs to stay focused. Cool. All right, wrap it up. Move forward. You're in the family. You're in my family, right? God loves you. I love you. Not worried about the rest of that stuff. Cool. Then you bring that supremacy aspect into it, but you can't look at that and hone in on that, because to the point, right? It does go back to the point and goes, you know what? Don't let that outlier of what he said become the thing you take away.
Yeah.
And also make sure that we understand one another well enough, and instead of trying to go, Terry Crews, you're losing it, buddy. No, how about you say, you know what, Terry Crews had a point, like Chris did. You know what, he had a point. Don't sit there and act like he didn't have a point. And then we just say, hey, Terry, just leave it at the first part, man.
Yeah.
We understand where you're coming from, but bro, this is we get that, man. And I will say it like this too. I think that he probably could have that's like a one-on-one conversation that you see somebody that's actually doing that, right? Where you go, hey man, when you do things like this, bro, you're turning it into this. Don't do that. That's where you say that. You don't do it in a tweet. That's not nobody, I assure you, nobody started it and going, it's time for black supremacy. No, stop. That's what got us where we are in the first place, is the supremacy aspect of all of this nonsense. Nobody wants that, G. Trust and believe. So using it as a call out, individual, person to person, I would say that's probably an okay thing to stop and combat. I would say. I wouldn't say that. I would say combat that and say, hey, don't you let that turn into something that you're not aiming for it to do, because that's not right, buddy. Whoever that individual is. But yeah, agreed with all of what y'all said. Tweeting it and all. No, dude, no. Leave it at the first part. You'll be good to go. And then on our end, do it like you said. This is what makes today so important. Us looking at it and going, okay, y'all.
How could we have fixed that and be better?
Right, like, hey, did we miss the forest for the trees, right? But and while I understand that statement, some trees will be on fire and catch the whole forest if you don't put it out. You know what I'm saying? So don't be like, hey, that wasn't no regular tree right there. That was gonna take it all down. You know what I'm saying? We got to put that bee out. So
that's why. And at the time when he said it, I was like, dog. Hey, come on, man! Get away from that.
That's why both parties have that responsibility. He should have worded it better, and we, as the audience, should have been like, "What's he really trying to get at?" But these days people are so quick to just like jump on it, create drama. Like that was a whole thing. But I'm really excited about the next question. This is the one I've been waiting for all night. All right. When does preference for a certain race or ethnicity turn into a fetish?
Oh, serial killer.
Yeah.
I have been asked out by so many white men because they have an Asian fetish. They see Asians as submissive and just easily groomed, easily like malleable people, essentially. And It's weird. I hate it so
Can you
much.
explain what a fetish is first? Like,
So, an easy way to put it is like you see like white men, and they have like an obsession with anime or like anime girls, Asian women.
okay.
It's like it's okay to have an interest in that stuff. I like anime. I think it's really cool. But I don't let it influence like who I'm gonna date, who I choose to be with. And when you do that, that's fetishizing. You're choosing to seek out an Asian woman because of what you've seen in media.
Okay.
Because you're only focusing on like a certain part of media. It's weird.
It's like unrealistic expectations that are created because of what you see in media.
Yes.
Got
or
it.
like when we can take it a different direction with like Megan Thee Stallion, people fetishizing black women, because, you know, you see videos of them twerking all the time, dancing, stuff like
Interesting.
that. So you can, if you're seeking out a black woman because of what you've seen, like you're like, oh, they must be really good, because I've seen them twerking or whatever. I
Based
want to
on
get
a
a piece of that. Yeah, based
Yeah.
on a stereotype. And it literally happens to me all the time, and I know when it's about to happen because they will ask me, "What's your race?" or "What's your ethnicity?" I'm like,
I fucking hate that question. By the
why
way.
does that matter?
Exactly.
And that's how you know it's because of that.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, it happens. I get asked
I'm
this,
so sorry. I
all
have to go
the
through
time.
that crap.
God,
and
man.
it makes me so uncomfortable. And it's happened to me at work multiple times. It gets scary. Like,
Do you have like an HR department you can go to for that kind of crap?
I do.
reckon-
Okay, so I work at
reckon-
Best Buy. I used to work on the sales floor, but now I work for the Geek Squad.
Oh,
And okay, and it doesn't even have to be
Yes, do they get away with that crap?
it can be harmless as well.
Sure.
So it happened on the sales floor a lot. I would get asked by men all the time to go out on dates and
Oh,
stuff like that.
customers.
And I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
like you're not supposed to do that. I'm being nice to you because it's my job. I'm not doing it because I'm interested in you. But and it stopped happening as much when I started working for the Geek Squad because it's like a bunch of old people who just need help with technology, essentially.
Nice.
And so, but it had happened once, and it was this older woman, and we're in the middle of talking about what's wrong with her computer, and she says, it's the same question. What's your race? What's your ethnicity? What is your origin?
Why does it matter?
And I'm like, oh, well, I'm half Hispanic, half Filipino. And then she started asking me all kinds of questions about that stuff. And like, that's fine that you're interested and you want to know more. Like, that's great, except I am at work trying to help you with your computer. I'm not something in a museum. I'm not here to give you information. There's plenty of resources that are free online that if you truly did care and you wanted to know, you can seek out that information yourself without
Yes.
having to ask me while I'm trying to do my job. My job isn't to tell you about my origin. My job is to help you with your computer.
Preach it.
Yes.
Did that
Keep
feel
going.
good? You
Yes.
were on fire, baby. Okay.
This
Did
is
that
a huge
feel good?
issue.
Come on.
Yes, it happens to me all the time. It literally happens to me multiple times a month, and I think it's also partially because of where I live. There's not a lot of Asians that live here, and so I'm seen as exotic.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I can't- Oh,
There's
It's the
so
word.
many Filipino people in the world.
that's it.
Like,
Oh my God.
I'm not a prize. I'm not something special. you don't
Well,
have
you
to put
are
me on
special,
Wait,
baby. Hold
and you
on
are
there. Yeah,
Christ,
you
so
are
let's-
special.
Thank you.
Don't go too far with it now.
But that's
No.
annoying. That is so frustrating. I think
Yeah, I get
it's
super
so
frustrated. It like literally will ruin my whole day when something like that happens. And I've complained about it, but in the moment when it's happening, it's really hard to call something like that out, especially like in my workplace, because I originally had this one white man and he would not leave me alone at all. And my coworker was right next to me and I was like looking at him for help and he did not say anything. And eventually, finally, a woman who was listening in on the conversation asked me to help her to get me away from the other man. And it's just like, I understand that it's just hard because if I tell this man something, who knows if he's gonna react in a negative way
yeah.
that could be harmful to me or the people around me. So I'm trying to be polite, but I'm also I don't want to be in that situation.
Or
it's
complain
so
about you.
difficult.
And be
Yes,
like, oh, she
because-
was so rude just because you didn't give him what he wanted.
Yes. So it's like my job. I could get a complaint, or I'm 5'1" and I only weigh 105 pounds. Like,
Oh god.
someone could
Oh,
easily
God.
hurt me
Oh, God.
too. So I have to be like conscious and aware of that stuff all the time. It's so frustrating.
And it's
You know
also
what
scary.
You know what
and
I think? You go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's also scary, and I'm so glad she brought out the safety thing, because that's something that a lot of people don't talk about. I think feminism has warped into this strange thing. I'm all for equal rights and all of that, but I don't fall for that extremist shit of like, we don't need men, I hate men, I can take care of myself. But like, at a certain point, you have to realize what Cyril just said is like, I'm small, I'm short, and like, someone could hurt me, and that there's nothing wrong in saying that. It's literally accepting that this is my size, this is my body, I'm happy with it, I love me, but I gotta take care of me, and I don't feel safe. And I feel like in situations what Cyril's talking about, this is real shit that people go through. I was playing Super Seducer and I was going through clips, and some of those clips and the things that you say to these girls in Super Seducer, it's basically a game where like a seduction guru guides you through like dealing with girls and stuff. I just played it for the memes, but some of the things, people are so shocked that could even be said, but these are real things that happen to girls, or like to a lot of people. You'll be walking to university and you'll be like catcalled, or you'll hear all these very disgusting things being said to you that are completely unwelcomed. And then if you stand up for yourself, there is a thought of like, my safety could be compromised because I'm one and they're two guys, or I'm smaller than them, he could easily take me out, like one punch and I'm gone. And like, you really never know what people are capable of, and a lot of people don't take rejection well. So thank you for mentioning the safety thing, because a lot of people don't talk about that because it's all about women empowerment, but it's a fact. It's a fact. It's something that should be talked about, and we should be encouraging people to be conscious of when their safety could be compromised. So thank you for mentioning that. It doesn't make you less of a woman or less of a female, less of independent, nothing. I think being independent is knowing your limits and knowing what you can and can't handle. That makes you a strong person, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So,
And also,
I'm
also
sorry, I had to
remember
deal
that.
with that.
yeah.
Remember that. It's kind of like what I was saying about this. I don't blame people for not fighting. Everybody that you meet around you is not going to be a fighter, so
Right.
you can't always depend on everyone around you. Like me, yeah. Hey, something go down, I'm ready. I'm like, let's do it.
Let's go.
I'm getting in trouble. I don't care. I'm getting in
Come on
trouble.
with it.
If I saw that, I'd be like, oh, we getting fired. I'm getting fired at least because we
Yep.
about to do some shit.
Yep.
But yeah, just don't blame people for being not. I'm not gonna say weak, but it's just not in them to fight.
Mhm.
That's one thing you also have to understand.
You know, it's a very interesting point, because something that, Sarah, when you were talking about it, I think that what you just relayed to us would be a very good thing to relay to people when they do that, and say, you know, like you can you can appreciate, like, especially for those. I mean, and obviously you're gonna have a good sense of who's being sincere and genuine when somebody's trying to, give you that kind of that junk or whatever. So
Mhm.
you can say, hey, with all due respect, I appreciate you wanting to know more about the culture, but you might want to get yourself some Google searches in or whatever. I'm here to help you with your technical equipment right now. This is not quite the,
It's
not
tough
quite the
though
time.
in that moment.
Yeah.
In
Like
the moment,
Don't get
in
me
the
wrong. I'm
moment,
not,
yeah.
I'm not only saying it's easy, right?
maybe
I'm
the
not
day
saying it's
after
easy.
you're like, I should have said this. This would have been so
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, I do that all the
do it
time.
all the
always
time.
go over what I could have done.
Like,
Ugh.
but I'm just saying, but that's.
And
I'm
you're like,
just
next time
putting it
I'll
out
be
there.
ready.
Yeah,
Nope.
exactly. And then next time comes, you be like, damn,
Damn, I missed it. Why did I
missed it.
say that?
Very
It's-
tough. Very tough.
But to the question asked in and of itself, right? Like, when does the preference turn into a fetish? The answer's in the question when you freaking turn it into one.
Oh.
When you bring it to a level that you realize, hey, I'm making these unrealistic things, or like, hey, I'm only doing it because of this, then you need to that's that self-aware, right? You gotta check thyself at the door and say, wait a minute. There's
Mhm.
nothing wrong with me appreciating these characteristics of certain whatever, but they're still a human being, right? Like, I'll just use a super quick example, right? Like, I don't like watermelon at all. I like watermelon flavor stuff,
Oh,
but just commonly speaking, I don't like watermelon. And most people will be like, wait, you're black, you don't like watermelon? No, because
That
I'm
happened
just
to me
Roth
too.
and I don't like watermelon.
That
I
happened
don't-
to me
it-
too.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't like
that's not cool.
I don't like watermelon. So
That's not cool.
but I'm just saying, like, if you would assume someone, right? Like, if someone say, you know what, I'm gonna date Suge because he's a black dude and they like watermelon, fool.
That actually
I'm
happened
an
to me
individual.
twice.
Oh. Okay, but
Go
for the
ahead.
record, I have a preference
Ugh.
for black men. I like black men. I think they're
Go for it.
very attractive and very
Sure.
handsome, and I like that they don't have much
Sure.
hair and their skin and all that. Blah, blah, blah. I could go
Go
on,
for it.
but
Yeah.
hey, go ahead.
Chris is like, okay, go. What else you like? Tell me.
Tell me more.
You were saying. So if I just have that preference, it's okay. But if I say I want to go with a black guy because I heard they're like this, this, and this, and this, that's a fetish?
So I
think that's a
think
good-
what we're trying to get at is a fetish towards like people is when you start dehumanizing them, when you don't see them as people anymore, when you start becoming interested in them, not for the human aspect anymore.
Oh.
Like,
Yep.
Yes.
You want to know?
it's dehumanizing.
Okay.
You're
That's
in it for the
100%.
idea, not
Yes.
the person.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. So is it considered a fetish when, I don't know if you guys have met people like this, but I have. They have a list of races or ethnicities that they've slept with, and they're like, oh, like Indians, I haven't slept with an Indian girl yet, or like I haven't slept with a Chinese girl yet, or I still got to do that.
That's a fetish.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, that is.
There you
a
go.
fetish.
Wow.
There you go.
That's
I've met a guy like that.
If you made a fresh list,
Yes.
Mhm.
son,
It's
you
a
got-
mental
That guy's
list, but
fucked up.
still, because it was a,
I'm
like one of
sorry.
my, like I met someone and he was just like, yeah, I've never been like with one of, he mentioned a race, I can't remember, but I think that I've met two. One said it in a general way, and one had asked me, like serial, like, what is your race? And then when he found out what I am, he's like, oh, that's really exotic, like I've never been with someone like you. And I'm like,
Oh.
but it was like more like, oh, a mixed girl. Oh, ooh, I've never had one
Yeah,
of
I'm
you
like,
before.
what
Let
are
me
you
taste
doing?
that. Like, that's weird, man.
like,
Chill.
like you
You're gonna have
like you
sex
on the
with
Like a
buffet
chocolate
or
box
going
flavor,
around
bro.
something.
Like, that's
Like,
messed
ooh,
up.
I'll get one of those.
That is messed up.
Exactly. I felt like I was in a chocolate box, but I didn't want to be
it's
grabbed.
weird.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so uncomfortable.
I think the
It's like
important
Pokemon. Hi, King.
I think the important thing.
you.
Yeah. I think the important thing to note is what Sirio said, is the dehumanization of it, you know, and not even like a fetishization in a positive, you know, or in a positive way.
Right.
but
It
in
doesn't
a
always have to
negative
be
way.
a negative way. It can also be
It
positive.
could also be in a
or- yeah.
negative way. For example, watermelon, right? The reason why black people are associated with watermelon is because after black people were freed, the only thing that they can afford to grow were watermelons because they were the cheapest things that you could buy. And then they turned around and made fun of them for growing the only thing that they can afford. And so they
Bro.
turned watermelon eating into a black fetishization.
You just
Like-
reminded me of something. Can I share a story real quick? This is a prime example. Okay, what Calvin just explained, right, is like black people's circumstances were made so that their circumstances were so that they were only able to afford watermelons. But who made those circumstances that way, right? And then you are punishing them for being in those circumstances and fitting that stereotype that you basically created and perpetuated. The example that comes to my mind is I used to work at I was not a parking enforcement, but a parking attendant. And at the end of our shift, our supervisor would go around all the booths and collect us along with our money bags. And our supervisor was a guy who one of the girls had a super duper crush on. Okay, but they were like her and her friends, because like they were all cliquey and I was like the new girl and like no one really liked me and all that. They would purposefully sit in the back of the van so that I would have to sit in the front, and then they would get mad at me for sitting in the front with him. What? You created the situation, so I had to sit in the front, and now you're getting mad at me for sitting in the front, and because I'm beside him, so he's talking to me, and now you're angry at me because he's talking to me and I'm sitting beside him. Maybe if you were in the front seat, I would have gone in the back seat. I have no interest in talking to your man, bro. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, bro.
Well, it's Mexicans, we eat rice and beans. Rice and beans are cheap.
Yeah.
But like, I'm trying to eat pizza. You know what I mean? Like, just
you
because
eat
I'm
pizza, right?
Yeah, just because I'm Mexican, like, don't get me wrong. I love rice and beans. I will eat rice. I grew up on it. We were poor, and so that's literally all I ate growing up until I was like 16 years old, rice and beans. But like to say, to the rice and beans thing being a Mexican thing. No, it's a poor people thing, dude.
Yeah.
Like, why do you have to ascribe it to this? So.
I'm Asian. Why am I? You have to know everything about anime. You're Asian.
Oh, you
You're
don't watch
Asian.
anime?
Why aren't you going out to bubble tea with me? What? You don't like bubble tea and you're Asian?
Yeah.
Hot sauce.
I don't
chili
actually like
pepper.
bubble tea, mind you.
Yeah, hot
so
sauce.
it's a fetishization and that I think that's important to
You
make.
don't
that
just do
distinction.
math and watch anime.
You mean
Yeah.
you
Oh
don't
man,
just do
I like to go on my computer and play Football Manager. That's the that's
That is
probably
funny.
not anime.
Yeah, no, it's important. It's important to make the distinction because it's not just like I want to have sex with thing. It's a whole characterization of a thing.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
real quick.
Go
Alright.
ahead.
This is gonna be for it's kind of what Serial was talking about. And Sugar, I want you to hear this too. I really want you to hear this. All right. So down here in Texas, shit's very, very weird. And y'all know how I've been talking about how I'm ready to just fight all the time. I'm going and all this like bullshit, right? All right. So there's this fetish down here, and it's old white women with black men. And you know how I'm able to, I have it in my power to stop this. But the one
Do
thing
you
that I can't
mean
stop.
like black men that are younger than the
No.
white women?
No,
Or it doesn't
Yes.
matter.
the
Doesn't
old
matter. Okay.
the old women coming for the young black men. Actually, that's what I'm
The
talking
young
about. The
black
old
men?
women coming. Yes,
Okay,
Younger than
sorry,
them.
sorry. Just want to make clear. Okay. Carry on.
yes, and that's the one type of person that I can't stop because they're old white women, and if I stop them, the way I need to stop them, which is through actually stopping them, like physically stopping them, I have to face the justice system. And the justice system isn't made for me down here. So it's like whenever they start doing this shit,
Oh no.
it's so difficult to fucking stop them. And like Suge, you said it's so easy to do it, but it's like when you face something like that, and you know you can do it, you have to face the other thing that can kill you. So it's like, what do you fucking do? Like, do you try to stop them or do you face the
Did
justice
I,
system? Like,
did I say it was easy to do it? I don't think I said
you,
that, did
you
I?
made it sound so easy, but I just wanted
Oh
to
no
make
no no!
sure.
No. What I was saying you talking about when I was talking to Serial about
Yeah, I
speaking
think he
to
was
these.
just making
What
a
I was saying is that I
suggestion.
think it's an opportunity to educate them on what is happening. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. No. I didn't. I'm not saying it's easy. I don't think it's easy. I know it's not easy. Like I live it. Like they do stuff like that here too. Like it's definitely everywhere. It might not be as whatever. And I get what you're saying, right? You're like, okay, it's kind of like when an officer mistreating you, right? It's like, do you accept that mistreatment in the moment, or do you stand up for yourself and pay and face worse?
Yeah,
So yeah, I'm not.
like, what do you
You
do
you
then?
have to. You definitely have to make judgment calls about that stuff all the time. It's no that inherently is a pick and choose your battle, just like everything else we've been talking about. You really do have to, like I said, you really do have to weigh the options, and what is the severity or to what level could this cause? It's not easy to do. It does take growing. And one thing, well, I'll point to this because you brought up that point about everybody's not necessarily going to fight, right? Or everybody's
Mm-hmm.
not willing to
Yes,
get fired over
yes,
mistreatment or whatnot.
yes.
There was a program. I think it was. I could be misquoting it. I'm not going to say the college just in case I'm wrong, but there's a program. It's called Green Dot, right?
Yeah.
And the point of Green Dot, it developed in a college setting of some sort to basically where they were giving training on people calling out violence against females specifically in this instance. It's not that they were ignoring anyone, but that's what the program was for. And the point that they were doing and the training that they were given was saying, hey, everybody's not going to go and physically stop something from happening, but we want you to get to the point where you do something. Call the cops, yell out to that person, go find help, do something that doesn't allow it to continue. So in this case, and just in terms of your life in general, in similar fashion, you want to get some sort of your green dot. What is a point that I can do my best to feel comfortable with that helps to stop the situation from happening? Like I said, it's not a magic pill, it's not a magic anything. It takes time, it takes effort, but the reality of it is letting it continue is much worse than the uncomfortable situation. Even though that other side you can face that other side and like, you know what, it might be, but it's more costly to let it continue.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
So
do.
basically, it comes down to human. Actually, it comes down to the basic thing we've been talking about: human decency, treating
Full
each other
circle. Full
as one.
circle.
Yes, helping each other out
Mm-hmm.
and making sure we all can have all these civil liberties that everybody's afforded. That's
Exactly.
basically.
I wanted to make that abundantly clear. I am under no guise and no firsthand that it is not easy. Like hell, I got pulled over for speeding in an area. It was just one of those. It was just one of those roads where it rapidly goes from 50 instantly to 35, then and it'll go shoot right back up to whatever. Didn't see the sign. Officer pulled me over. Now, of course, the first thing I have to think is, great, it's a white guy. Awesome. I hope I don't end up on whatever, right? Now, fortunately for me, and I'm not saying it's like I said, we all know, I think we have a fairly good grasp that it's not every single person, right? But we are all aware that it is something that is possible, so you need to be careful.
Yes.
So that's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Know your limits.
Right,
know when your
careful.
safety could be compromised.
There you go. Exactly. Now the dude was totally probably the nicest officer I've ever met. Legitimately, I never had a nicer officer in my life. So it was it was fine. I didn't see the sign. I didn't try to whatever about it. I just said, you know what, officer, didn't see the sign. Whatever it is, gave me my ticket, gave me some ways that I could shave some dollars off of it or whatever.
Nice.
Moved on about my day. Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing is on my record and blah, 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 that negatively impacts me. He didn't have to do that at all. He could have just and he could have took it the other way. But like you said, I had to consider and go, what if this guy's a douche?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do I man? All right, because Chris, I'm a little more like you. Like, you know what? I probably would rather you kill me than you try to put some foolishness on me. I will fight. I will
Yeah.
absolutely f you up.
Yes.
Don't get it twisted. I
Let's
love
do it.
you. I love all people, but I'm telling you, if you think you're getting ready to come over here and place your hands on me in some type of unruly fashion that is not called for, you got another thing coming. I'm about to whoop you from stem to stern. Trust and believe.
Up to the moon. Let's do it.
And like I said, and that's just me. I would rather that than just go. I ain't going quality in the night. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It just ain't happening. I like violence is a big thing that I draw the line. You can talk all that junk you want to. You can whatever. And yeah, your words are hurtful and they're whatever, but you know what? At the end of the day, them things are going to go into the air. I'm going to live my life, and you're going to be a part of the success story when I talk about the scumbag who pulled me over, right? You can be a part of the success, or you can be a part of the success story. Where you choose to fall in that is up to you. But I promise you, it's not going to stop the flow over here because the success is y'all right here. And I can say, hey, these warriors right here stood up and talked about something that has been a big problem. Or you can go, or you can be, you know what, there was this one person this time and they decided to show their natural fourth point of contact, and we had to kindly escort that young warrior out of here for being foolish. Your call.
Yeah.
Totally up to you.
So it is 8:50, and I know that I said we were gonna end at 9. Is everyone? Does everyone still have their hard cutoff at 9? Or
I don't have a hard cutoff.
I don't have a hard cutoff either.
okay.
I do.
Calvin, you got a dip for 9?
Mhm.
Okay, and Chris?
I just
And
tried to
sugar?
eat the restroom and probably smoke it.
I'm
This
fine.
is I'm loving this so much. but
Okay.
Oh, this has been an excellent conversation. I'm really happy to
Awesome.
be here.
I'm
I'm loving
glad.
this so much. I'm drinking. I gotta piss. I was like kidding.
I should get another beer,
Okay.
but I won't. Maybe not tonight.
All right. So I
It's
will
totally-
wait
it's
till
up
you
to you.
guys come back because I do have a question about this whole fetish thing as well. There are 2 questions actually. So you guys can go about. I think Chris wanted to go.
I
for
want to
smoke
use the
break.
bathroom as well.
Yeah, let's do bathroom break, smoke break, water break, whatever kind of break that you want. Calvin, I know you have to dip. So if we do you want to dip right now, or do you want to dip once we come back from our breaks?
I can dip once we come back from break, so it's more official.
All right, cool. See you in a bit, guys.
All right. Y'all remember this podcast has been sponsored by Calvin.
But Calvin cast iron pan.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, buddy. Oh man.
That's funny.
I love that. That's good, man. We got a whole thing. Yo, I'm gonna have to, Calvin. I'm gonna have to. I think. Let's see. Did we take a picture? I think we took a picture at TwitchCon.
I think we did. I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm gonna have to take that picture. I'm gonna have to get your face on the cast iron skillet, Chief.
If it's not Calvin, it's not. If it's not a Calvin, it's not a pan. I like that. There you go.
Bars.
There we go.
Oh yes, if it's not
Yeah.
it's not a
We took so
pan.
many pictures. So many pictures that weekend. The King. Ugh, got pictures with him too. Pictures with Snark. Like I took like a bajillion. People took pictures with me. I took no pictures with anybody. I'm so bad at taking pictures.
You know, brother, I used to be the same way until like what really did it for me was when I looked back over pictures that I took. And all the memories started coming back, and I was like, and my memory, I have a photographic memory. So my memory most of the time is not the best when it comes to just like talking on the phone. And somebody's like, oh, you said this or that. And I'm not saying I would forget the whole conversation, but most likely if I do remember what we said on the phone, it's because I remember what I was doing when you said it.
Oh yeah.
So my thing is like, oh yeah, that's right, because you talked about this, and I was going around the corner to the Burger King or whatever, right? And that's
right.
You know how I do it. But when I saw those images, and I was like, dang, remembering those good times, I was like, that's what's up. For me, I'm still not the best at taking pictures, but I try to make it a purpose if I'm like meeting up or something to get at least 1 or 2 because of just that feeling, man. Like I never wanted to be without it again, to be honest.
I think it's mostly because I hold no like emotional attachment to like objects. You know what I mean? And so I see pictures as just objects.
I got you.
living. I'm not one of those like live in the moment, bro. I'm not like one of those guys.
Basically,
I
You know
got
what I mean?
like
But, like,
Nickelback.
I'm one of those guys who's like, you know, when I'm there, I'm living. I'm giving you my full attention. You know,
Sequoia,
like
that looks good.
right, exactly. Like when I'm talking to you, I'm looking you in the face when I'm talking to you. Like I'm present with you. You know what I mean? Like I don't
Oh,
want to be like take a
you're
picture.
not like, oh yeah, man. That sounds
You know what I
good.
mean? I feel like I don't know because I don't know how old everybody is here, you know.
Mhm.
But
31.
How liberal?
what? Sorry.
How old everybody is.
Old, yeah.
Oh, how
old?
old?
Yeah.
I think
Sorry,
I'm the
I
youngest
misheard you.
one.
Yeah, I'm
I
31.
think you might be.
I'm
But
21.
like
21. Okay, I'm 35. I just turned 35.
I'm not the youngest.
but like there, you know, I'm 32 years old.
83.
You know, I'm 32 years old, and I feel like my age was like the cut. I mean, and like a few years younger than me was like the cutoff from growing up without this large amount of technology. You know what I mean? And not to say that I'm better or worse than anybody, but like I come from a very small town, and everyone's and it's still like very like set in like the old ways of sitting down and talking to someone, showing up to someone's house unannounced, just like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Come inside. Let's eat cake, you know, or whatever, you know. And so I grew up like that. I grew up very like personable with
And
giving
interpersonal
hugs and
communication.
high fives and
That's it.
handshakes
How old
to
are you?
people. Huh?
How old
He's
are
a
you?
32.
I'm 32. Yeah. And I think maybe it's because of where I grew up, not necessarily my age, but like
Could be.
the whole addition of this added layer of technology that you have to have in your day-to-day life. I feel that it takes something away from having an actual connection with somebody because there's always something there. You know?
That's an
Yes.
interesting one because I agree
I'm
with
gonna
you
grab something real quick.
that your personality sounds very different from me because I wouldn't be comfortable doing that.
Correct.
But I do feel the reason why is because, to be very direct, I was raised in a very helicopter sheltered environment.
Right.
I think that's part of the reason why historically I have not been comfortable.
Right.
But some people might have known when they see me in real life. I try harder now to at least say hello. Hey, what's going on? Let's have a beer. Cheers, guys. Well, you don't cheers this, but you don't cheers water, but you know. But at some point, I just drain myself, and then I'm just on my phone because that's all the energy I have.
Yeah, I think micro environment plays a large part into that, you know, micro environment, like where you grew up specifically and how you relate and talk to people. But let's see, do you think being military affects that at all too? No, I don't think military affects it at all, because even though you're forced to socialize with people in the military, you know, there's still a lot of very antisocial people in the military. And though majority of the people in the military come from lower income families and from more impoverished areas of the United States, and coming from a lower income and an impoverished place, you're more than likely to live in a more communal environment than you are, say, than an affluent family who chooses who they associate with. You know, I slept in a bed growing up with like 4 of my cousins.
Yeah.
You know, because that's just how it was where we were.
And that's probably all like maybe you could afford, like your parents could
Well, yeah,
afford or
exactly,
something. Yeah,
exactly.
so-
And so, you know, like I'm very social because I had to be very social. I was put into it. And so, but yeah, but I feel like though that isn't a tired practice. Like spoon-fed social environments is a tired practice because everyone lives in, you know, moves away from their hometown, or majority of people move away from the hometown and start their own families, and they get into their own bubbles and they move into this place. You know, it's a recent phenomenon.
It's a very interesting point.
Yeah, and
the
so
societal part specifically.
exactly, and so it's a recent phenomenon that I think that I don't really. I'm that crotchety old man. I don't get the kids. Like that's me. You know, like that's me. You know.
Right, yo, look, brother, I love everything that you're saying. This book right here, Generation IY, very, very, very good book. Highly, highly recommend it. If you ever get the chance, take a look at it because it touches very much on what you were just saying. And here, I'll give my summation of where I see that falling in terms of technology and our interaction. Personally, I feel that people need to have a proper boundary of technology as a supplement, but not a replacement, right? And I'll use the easy and quickest example I can do is this, right? Like, you're not going to I shouldn't say you're not going to tell me. You can tell me what you want, but I would just dare say that most people would prefer to actually kiss their spouse versus kissing them over FaceTime. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure. So there's nothing wrong with doing it in lieu of or in light of or when we can, but don't look at the least interpersonal thing you can do as the first line of defense. The least interpersonal thing you can do is text someone and say, hey, go and see them if possible, right? And I'm talking about for your relationships, the things that is warranted, these interpersonal times, because, that sort of getting away from one another is kind of why we start, how many problems do we have because of separation as is? Not just for what we're talking about today, but on the whole. Like you said, you got along and learned to get along because you had to. And I'm not saying that we need to be forced to do that, but I definitely think we should be in situations where we learn to work together to make things happen and not try to do everything via this or via whatever application it might be. Like, there's real people behind the screen, and you need to remember that. And when you have that barrier, it is just that. It's me saying, hey, I didn't like what you did is a whole lot different than me looking you directly in your eyes and saying, hey, that was not okay, man. That really wasn't okay. Because you got to respond, right? If I say that over this, you could be busy, you could have been messing with
I'm going to go for a shower, I'll make a meal, watch some Netflix.
Whatever,
maybe
right?
I'll get to that text later, yeah.
Exactly. Right. So,
we're a social species. We're a social species. And we didn't evolve with cell phones, and I'm not saying the cell phones are bad. I like my cell phone, but we're a social species, and there is something to be said about an in-person conversation as opposed to something on the internet, or a picture, a memory that's better associated with someone there as opposed to you just looking at something like that.
Right.
But yeah, Raven, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. It was so nice getting to know you more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate every one of you.
Oh my goodness.
Really good meeting you.
Yeah.
I hope to do this again soon.
Definitely.
Calvans, cast irons.
Whenever you guys need your cast iron pans needs met, just let me know.
Only at a discount though. None of this $559.99. It's got to be cheaper than that.
That's right. All right. Love you guys.
All right, love you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Dude.
All right.
Raven, is it okay if I give a quick story? Just
absolutely
briefly.
Go for it.
Okay?
So I'll just rejig people as you do your thing.
Okay.
I'm Kelvin.
Yes, you are.
Okay, nice. And let's see. Oh, I'm still shook, so I guess that works.
Oh, you're lucky.
Yeah,
you guys are lucky.
Wow, man.
Cereal.
When I'm gonna tell y'all when I realized where I kind of had my wow, things really have changed moment when it came to the technology conversation. So let's say if Calvin and I were at TwitchCon, right? And I just happened to look at something on my phone, and I thought it was interesting, or I was like, oh, that's crazy, right? I would just simply go, Calvin, look at this, bro. Check out what happened or whatever, right? There was this group of girls, okay?
At TwitchCon?
No. I'm sorry. It was at JU. I was just using that as an example.
Okay.
So there was a group of girls at Jacksonville University where I graduated from, and I knew these girls. They're pretty smart girls, and all that good stuff. And they were same example. Some girl saw something on her phone, and she said, "Oh, I'll send it to you. Just turn the phone around and show
Yeah,
her. Like,
wait,
why would you? Like, I think she was like want to airdrop it. I don't know, and maybe it was some. I was there for the whole conversation, so I didn't hear anything like, "Oh, I'll listen to it later" or something like that. It was just she saw something, but instead of turning the phone, she like make sure she sent it to her phone. And I was like, yo, and I kind of laughed, and they was like, what's so funny? And I was like, why wouldn't you just turn the phone around and show her? And she just kind of went like, I don't know, it's just whatever. Like, and I'm just like, you know what? I get it though. Like, that's legitimately that degree of separate. And the thing is, it's not a whole generation. I only was older than these young ladies by about 10 years. That was it.
Wow, a lot has changed though.
That's exactly the point. It's like in just a span of 10 years. Like the millennials of the 90s are not the same as millennials of 2000s. Even maybe mid 90s.
2000
right?
is not millennial, it's Gen Z.
Mhm.
The
Okay.
cutoff generally people
Go for it.
believe is roughly like 97, 98, 99-ish.
Well, but
You
that's
know-
what I'm saying. Like, if you look at someone growing up in early 90s, right, versus late 90s, that difference is like
Oh,
night and day.
Mm.
There's a subset within the same generation. It's one of the rarities that's like, like that. Like I said, a lot of what that book touches on. It's like it's very much a rarity when it comes to the generational shift. And I'm not saying every generation doesn't have such, but this is very different. Like growing up now, and I'm sure y'all may or may not have seen this, but like there are children who gift themselves to their parents on Mother's or Father's Day.
Wait, what?
What are you doing?
What?
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, just take a look at some of these. I'm talking about, and they don't go like half staff with it. They like, I've seen a young man wrap himself up and say, "Hey, mom, I know we don't spend much time together, so this Mother's Day, I'm gifting me to you, and we're gonna spend." It was like, "Hey, dude, I kind
Wow.
of get what you're saying, bro. Like, I know it's the time aspect, but Chief, you're not your gift to your mother, okay? Like, you are a blessing that she's able to have you and all that good stuff. But fam, bro."
Bloody
I
hell.
gave you
Come
some
on now.
chocolates. Take it. We're good. And you know they grouped us the generations all together now. Like
Really?
I'm considered a millennial now. I was like, how do
Oh.
what? I was like, well then y'all got this experimental generation that's experienced every single thing, got tested on every single thing, and then you got the actual millennials that y'all categorized first, and now we're in there too. And I was like, I don't know what y'all are doing anymore. Like, I don't know what generation I am. I have no clue. I'm whatever y'all call me now.
I'm just gonna be Suge, man. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna be old man Suge. That's all.
I'll be a unicorn. I'm a unicorn.
There you go.
Okay,
There
boomer.
it is.
All right, I got
like
a question for you guys.
Yeah, go for it, please.
So,
Cool.
this is something I've heard a lot in Toronto. I don't know if it exists elsewhere in the
Tirana.
world. Tirana.
You're not a true Tirana.
Who plays hacky.
Yeah, you gotta play hacky.
That's
play
how
hacky.
we say it here, actually. It's terrible.
Get out. I love it.
Hacky.
Get it.
When I see interracial couples, okay, and I'm
Okay.
in the company of people and they're of one or the other, they will say things like, man, those for example, those black people stealing our men, or those brown girls stealing our men or stealing our girls. What?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Have you
That's
heard
the
this?
only
Have you
response
heard
that
this?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I have an example. Okay,
Forever.
I used to work at the parking I have so many stories from that parking place, and there was a girl. I can't remember her race, but she was a black girl, and there was two black guys who drove up to the window to pay for their ticket, and they started flirting with me, and she got so angry that they weren't flirting. Oh, yes. Okay, so I was in the back. She was the one dealing with them. She was the one handling their money and everything, and she started talking in patois, possibly. I don't know, but they were of the same like ethnic background, and they started talking about me, and she got so angry at me. She's like, just come over here. They want to talk to you. And then so I started talking to them. I didn't know what was happening because I couldn't understand what they were saying. And then later on, she was like, yeah, you know, they only go for light-skinned girls like you. They don't and it basically was that same, like, you're stealing our men type of situation. And I was like, it made me feel so uncomfortable, and it made me feel so sad because I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I was literally in the back, not even in this transaction. That's a them problem. Like, if that's what's happening.
That was a them problem.
You know what I mean? Like, that. This is not a me problem. And I've heard this a lot. If I see like an Indian girl with a white guy, and if I'm with someone who's Indian, they'd be like, those white men, or like other way around. If I'm with a white person, it'd be like a white girl, it'd be like, oh, those Indian girls taking our white men away from us. But if they have a preference for that race, or they just like the person, no one's stealing anyone from you. Am I wrong to think that way? Because I've heard this a lot.
Oh no, you're 100% on track for thinking that. It's as simple as that. If that person agreed to be in that relationship, nobody stole nobody from nothing, unless they physically went and accosted someone. They didn't steal a doggone thing. And let me keep it all the way real. If you're that concerned,
wait. If you're that concerned, you cut off. If you're that concerned,
Shit, we can't hear you.
I hear it with I see it a lot with Asian and white couples as well. If the girl is Asian and the guy is white,
Man.
a lot of Asian guys or white will be like, oh, they're taking our girls away, or they're taking our men away.
Okay. Yeah, no, all I was saying was that if you're that doggone concerned, so to speak, that they're being stolen or whatever it is, you can just go get your preference, right? Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, just
I can kind of see why.
Go be with who you want to be with. So I understand. Okay, now I will say to this to some degree, right? Like, I understand because of the problems that we have, why some people look and take that stance. The thing is, though, you're not addressing it to the person that has the issue.
Mm-hmm.
You're not addressing it to the person that has the issue. You're blaming the other person for just being attracted to the person that they're attracted to, regardless of what else is going on. Also, that's a problem where you got to check yourself at the door.
I do have something to say about the Asian and talk to yourself specifically.
Yeah, go for it, please. But you got to talk to yourself in that regard. Nobody's stealing anyone from anyone. Stop, knock that off, man.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. I'm not trying to excuse for that comment. Like, for example, if I knew an Asian girl dating a white man, me hypothetically saying, "Oh, he's stealing my girls," that's wrong. I'll make that clear. However, I don't know where it really comes from, but I've seen a perception that it is more taboo for an Asian man to date a white woman than it is for a white man to date an Asian woman.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of a reality that still is.
In Toronto, it still exists.
You know, I would probably say that stems. I would say, at least from my, just from as far as what I've seen, that probably is like a large part of it. Like in the military times, that was a big thing, right? Like, many, and I'm not saying that they were disingenuous in taking an Asian wife, but it's a thing that happened. You know what I'm saying? So in that regard, it's just more common. Therefore, it kind of makes sense where people would accept it more because it's something that was happening. Whereas the reverse wasn't necessarily true. And again, you already said like, hey, that's not that's right, or not that you're saying like, hey, no, we shouldn't be saying anybody's stealing anyone. But I think that's where that particular instance or inference comes from. Matter of fact, and this is something that I could speak to because it's something that I live, right? Like, Solar Ravens met she's, seen my wife, I would say. My wife is Portuguese and Irish, right? And so my wife is Caucasian, No doubts about it. I love her because that's the person that I fell in love with. It's as simple as that. Straightforward as that. That's all it is, and that's all it's ever going to be. But you better believe I've seen people with the comment, "Oh, you don't need to be with a white girl. I need to be with someone who loves me and I love them back. So you can kiss all of my class first and foremost. You don't get to sit there and dictate who I care about." Let me tell you something. If you're fortunate enough to find someone who loves you and takes you on for who you are, you better shut your face and hold on to them with everything that you got. That don't mean accept no junk and accept anything, but let's be real about it, Chief. Someone's willing to love you to that degree, come on, you need to be a little more appreciative versus going, who's stealing someone? Really? That's your big thing?
Yeah.
That's your big thing? Somebody's stealing someone from you?
She might have heard
a takeaway here.
She might have heard some stuff like that as well. Like maybe she could have heard, because that's what I see. It's the person. So in your example, if it's a black man with a white woman, there would be black women saying, "Look at her stealing our men away," or same way as what Smell You Later said. If there's an Asian girl with a white guy, it'd be like, "Oh, look at these white guys taking our girls away," basically. And it's just it bothered me a lot when I would hear things like that. And like, to be honest with you guys, I don't really have a lot of friends anymore that I actually hang out with or like even spend time with. I
when
think
COVID dies, come visit. We'll have a barbecue, okay?
No, I don't mean that. It's like a feel sorry for me. I have no friends. Like I prefer it that way.
Come on.
But
barbecue.
If it's
No,
halal, okay.
We'll get you halal meat. I promise.
All
okay,
right,
we'll get you some fish. It's not hard to get halal meat in
It's
in
not.
Toronto.
It's really not.
It really isn't.
Yeah, it
The
just would
major
bother
meat
me.
companies are all making halal meat.
Yeah.
You
It would
don't-
bother
you
me
don't
when
have-
things people would say
We
things like
got you.
that, because I would feel like, am I doing something wrong? And it would make me feel uncomfortable in my skin when it's not even a me problem. Like, I'm not stealing. People were saying that about Kim Kardashian. Oh, she's going after these black guys stealing our men. It's like, maybe they just like her, or they like her boobs or her butt or her personality, like, or the way she looks. You know, it could be other things.
But to go back to that Asian,
Right.
non-Asian thing, I think Small pointed out correctly. I think it comes in this case when there are people who do that. Don't get me wrong, it's wrong, but it comes from insecurity.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is in this case.
Did you know that there's a lot of ways to look at that? Because again, I'm down here in you know, I'm not gonna say Texas has a lot of problems, but Texas has a lot of problems with racism. So you know how yeah. So you know how you got
No,
the
sure,
black
meaning
women,
like I get your point, but like, carry on.
you know how black women got the problem with the black men getting white women.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I heard from white men that I've had to actually kind of back off. They're like, "Well, you were with this such and such white woman, and I bet I can't even stick." Well, how R-rated are we? Are we R-rated?
You can
I don't wanna...
go for it, yeah.
Okay, so like, I bet she's so deep now that I can't even stick my penis in her and blah 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 because she's been
Which
with a
is
black
a stereotype.
man. Hey, sometimes it's not a myth, but
I'm just saying, right? Not everyone falls in that. Let's be real.
The rumors are true.
Okay. The real part of that was everyone has somehow somebody's gonna have a problem with that. But then we get back to people like all of us here. We actually don't have an issue with that shit.
Yeah.
So it's individuals in the world that like
right. I see what you're saying.
The majority now, we're all past that, and it's been showing. It's been shown with this worldwide movement to get civil liberties for every single person in the world. So that's one of those things that I don't even hang on anymore. I'm like, yeah, well, y'all are a dying breed, so y'all keep on doing y'all's thing. So.
I guess by that same token, though, it goes back to what we were saying earlier about the being friends with people, blah blah blah. If you do catch someone like that, then you should be actually more cautious, because you're like, why do you still exist? Like, why does that mentality still exist? Like, that says something about you, and I should be more cautious of the kind of person you are, and now be more observant, because it does not seem like you're very progressive. So if they do exist, we should be more trying to figure out what they're all about. Thank you
world is
guys.
changing.
Yeah, the world
Oh,
is
yeah.
crazy.
Let me tell you something. You can take my wife right now. You put whatever skin tone. At the end of the day, it's still going down
Yeah.
when the sun goes down. You feel me?
Yeah.
It can still go down when the
Ain't
sun
that
is
the
up. For that
truth?
matter.
I've heard. Like, I was like, dang, it's like 2:00. Wait, was it? Okay. Hey.
I think Pseudonym actually made a really interesting point that I wanted to ask you guys. He said, what if someone wants to have a child with you because of your certain ethnicity, because they want their kid to have your features? Like, let's say I want to be with Cyril just because I'm like, yo, those eyes though, like I want those eyes and that nose. Like, what you got going on, I want that.
That's racist.
I've heard, like,
I think that goes back to the fetish though.
I've heard people who want to date Asians because the half Asian looks really cute.
Yep.
Yes.
That's not
It
cool.
is so present. It is insane.
I've heard that. Yeah. Yeah. Mixed babies are like all the rage. All the rage.
Well, look at you.
I'm gonna do my part.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm sorry.
El Canadiano, bro.
Fuck you, El Canadiano. Fuck you, El Canadiano.
God.
Okay, so we can agree with that, right? Okay.
I am so sorry.
No, that's funny. It's funny.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, I've heard that too. And actually, it's not cute and it's not sweet. It's different, I think, if someone out of love is your partner and it's like, I really love your nose. I hope our kid has your nose. That has nothing to do with my race or whatever. It's just like they think they like my nose. That's cute.
To what you just said, right? That's that. Again, full circle. That's going to be that's going to be, if you get tired of hearing that, you get ready because what's going to happen.
It's a thesis and we are repeating it. Didn't you guys learn nothing in English class?
Right? It is legit happening.
My English was like my worst subject in high school. Come on, Raven. Why are you being like that? Why are you being like that to me? You're just picking on me at this point.
Raven, you said it perfectly. I think that is a great feature of yours. So I would love if that transferred over into our child. Not, oh, I hope they get those Asian eyes you have.
Or like those colored eyes or like that dark skin tone from you or something.
That beautiful black and really? Come on.
I hate that so much. Especially the colored eyes things. I'm like, what? Where do you guys get this from? Like, who teach you? I know who teaches them this, but I'm like, where are you learning this from? That dark eyes, curly hair, dark skin, or some other crap is just not what you want. I was like, what? Do you realize what you're doing right now?
Actually, I've heard the opposite. So y'all know my preference. I've already told you. And I've heard someone tell me, why would you go for a black guy? Do you want your kids looking like that? And I was like, cut out of my life. I can't even fix that. I can't. I don't want to fix that. Like that's so far gone. I can't.
There's some people who you
do
can't
anything
fix.
about that.
That was
exactly
the point earlier,
exactly.
Right?
Like you're not even
there
worth
was an
it.
example. I had an example.
You're not even worth it. Right?
At that point, no.
No, you're not. You didn't say something ignorant. You said something hateful. Like,
you hate me. Like,
yeah.
You understand that how I feel right now? Like,
yeah.
You know what I want to do to you, but I can't.
Yeah.
Like, why?
It's real. People have said these things. It's really messed up.
You know, racist. You can't live with him, and you can't hold their head up on the water.
Which is a great segue to: is it ever okay to say a racist slur?
Oh, that was a question?
That's a question.
That was a question.
Define racist slur. Can we define racist slur?
I think it's Arabs get called sand ends.
Oh, I hate.
Right?
I've heard that one too.
I hated that one.
I've also heard South Asians get called that.
Yeah, I mean, because they group us all together. Because apparently we don't have our own separate traits. We're not separate countries or anything, you know.
I grew up in a high school where there was a lot of South Asians and people from the Arabic countries.
Yeah, like Jasmine, guys. She's from freaking Agrabah, okay? That is in the Middle East. She's not Indian, okay? And Disney was trying to be all progressive and is like, yeah, we really tried to go for like some very like Indian vibes. I'm like, bro, she's Middle Eastern. We're not the same. Like, it pisses me off when I see this this meshing of like y'all all, it's kind of like the Asian thing we were talking about. All y'all all are Chinese, y'all all are Indian, y'all all are black, and we're white. It's like, no, we're all different countries and different ethnicities, and at least give us that, you know. But
you know
it's so
what I
frustrating.
find crazy about it is that if they looked at it and really appreciated for it was, they would see the beauty in our diversity as a people on the whole, right? And not as a way to say this person is better or whatever.
No.
It's just, hey, that's a really unique thing that seems to be happening there. That's wonderful,
Right.
and we can celebrate that difference without being insensitive.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with showing portraying Indians on screen. What I don't like is that she's not Indian though, and you
Portraying a non-Indian as Indian.
Yeah, and you're basically coming to this conclusion after research. I think the director or whatever was like, yeah, I did a lot of research, and I tried to add like Indian vibes into the music, and it just threw me off because I was like, but why? This is a story that takes place in the desert, in the Middle East, in Arabs, not Pakistanis or Indians. And I am allowed to say this because I'm half Pakistani. We're very different. Arabs and South Asians are very different, but we often get like just clumped together, and it's not a good feeling. If you don't mind me asking, guys, what is a racial slur for an Asian person? Because I don't know if I
like
there's a C word.
Okay, that's the only one I've heard. Is there another one? I know for Pakistanis it's Paki. I don't know of any other ones.
Slant eyes, maybe, but that's like I never hear that ever.
Yeah. I don't think it's ever okay though to say any of those things. I don't like any of them. I just don't. My answer is short and simple.
What if there's one example? Like it's what if if you're paraphrasing. I'll give you an example. Like paraphrasing something that happened.
Oh, that's
like
I think they mean actual like when if you're talking about an incident like, oh my god,
if I said the N-word to like Chris or to Shug, you guys would probably ban me and there would be an uproar, rightfully so, right?
Okay,
I'm not trying to say that.
Like,
I'm trying to imply in this case, I have a white friend. And the context is this is why he votes, is because long ago he went to it was just like he went out to lunch with one of his black friends, and then he goes to the seat and they see a sign that says no N-word.
What?
Right? But like this was like back in the day.
Oh my god, I thought this was 2020. I'm like, where is this?
No. This is So and it's because of that instance. It's because of that instance that he has always tried to fight for equality. He used the word because that was what happened. Would that be an acceptable exception?
To take a power away from the word. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like the only time you should use a racial slur is that type of context. And totally, like I would totally not blame anybody for saying that's still not appropriate.
Yeah.
Mind you.
Yeah.
This goes back to one of my real talks I had about power of words. Like I know there's a lot of people who try to take power away from slut, from the N-word and all of those.
Oh.
For me, it's just like, but why? Why not just not say it? Why not say like, instead of slut and whore and all of those and reclaiming the power, why not just say, I live a promiscuous lifestyle? Like, yeah, I'm a promiscuous, what? Like, but don't call yourself proudly that I'm this and that, because the word was created to put you down, to demean you,
right?
And
so
like, you know what I mean?
So I'm not straight. I'm bisexual, and I've dated women before. I have a lot of gay friends, and a lot of them use faggot, and they use it to they're reclaiming that word. I don't really
you don't like
ever
that.
I don't say it around.
My context was not intended to be that.
Sorry,
it was just that he
what were you
wasn't
saying?
filtering out the word, because what happened was he saw a sign that says "We do not serve."
Well,
Right, and then
go
so
ahead.
in his case, like he did not filter it. I am filtering it, obviously.
But why is he using it?
To tell a story.
Like
Oh.
to explain his story to why he
Oh.
votes. Yes,
Oh, I mean,
because
if
he
you're...
has a black friend. He has a black friend, and they went to a restaurant where apparently they weren't serving black people.
Well, I think
back in
you
the
can
day.
get your story across without using the word.
Yeah.
We
go.
all
That's true.
understood what you said, and you didn't say it.
You didn't say it. You said
That's
the N
true.
word, and we're like, oh.
That's true.
Honestly, he didn't even say the N word. He said no.
He left
and
it
was just
blank.
like no, and we already knew, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we're not unfamiliar with the racist terms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It doesn't- so I'm with Raven. I'm with you. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap this up like this. No, just for me, the short answer.
Yeah.
No,
No.
it's not okay. I don't care if
Fair
you're
enough.
like read whatever and just don't use the word. And here's what I'm gonna give y'all as a inference as to why. If let's say I take poop, right? Okay, and I season it in a pan and all of this, and I dress it up nicely, and it's got leaves and parsley on top and all of that stuff, and I put it on your plate and I give it to you. You're still going to know that that's poop, right? You can dress it up as you want, but it's still an absolute garbage way to describe anyone or anything. So it's never going to be an okay thing to utilize to me. You can't dress it up, you can't make it nice, you can't use it in a certain context. It's still a trash word, right? All of them. I'm not singling, I'm just responding to as you would say, but if that's still a trash word, all the other ones are still garbage words. I'm black. I know it's a huge problem within the black community. I'm saying it outright. I don't say it. I don't let people call me it. I don't want to hear it in no song. I don't want to hear you sing the song and be like, oh, I'm just singing the song. No, knock that off, because that word and all of the other ones too cause the division. Don't recreate it. You don't need to recreate it. It's nothing that needs to be recirculated or whatever. And you can't take the power, like you said, because you're trying to put that's like saying that kind of stuff, reclaim the power. That's like you going to the gym and then you go take a shower and then you go put on the same dirty drawers that you worked out in. What is the point of that, Chief? You can't dress it up. You can't make it nice. You can't clean it up. It's still absolute trash. So I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about that because that's just.
Yep. Well, I
Sorry, I just was reading what Slay was saying.
No, you're good.
I got one.
No, but
I would never disgrace a cow pan with such things. Like I would never do it, friend.
Ew!
Only the best. Only the best goes inside a cow pan. Man, shoot.
The skillets.
That's right. Yeah, I would never disgrace a Calvin cast iron skillet. You feel me?
Yeah, well, I kind of got a question of serial killer now. I want to hear this.
Oh, come on.
All right, so being part of the LGBTQIA plus community, the F word slur that got used, how do you feel about that?
The full word or the shortened version, or either or?
Either or,
Okay.
because it's the same bullshit.
Yeah.
That's well, sorry, it's the same word. Sorry.
No, you can say it.
The first time one of my friends called me it, I was taken aback because I had only ever heard it used in a negative way, and we still use it negatively, but it's more so as a
Playfully,
joke.
Yeah,
It's like you're an F slur because you're so gay, like you're just. I don't think you're gonna understand.
LGBT friends
but-
are saying that to you?
Oh no, I get what you're saying because
To each other.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they just throw it back and forth. But yeah.
Okay.
It just gets thrown back and forth. It's like it. I don't know how to.
Are you still uncomfortable with it, or are you just
Yeah,
like,
like-
this is part of
I
the
feel like
culture?
I've been-
I get it.
I feel like I've been like desensitized to it. But I know it's wrong. Like when something's wrong. So, but I'm not so taken aback when I hear it now. Like, cause I hear it all the time. It's literally all the time.
I'm not gonna lie, I am still taken aback by it. I'm just like, why the fuck?
I don't ever hear it from straight people. I hear it from just
Right,
people in the
right.
community. So
And again, though, you remember where I live. So I live in Texas. I live
Yeah.
in this state. I live in this really racist state. So it's like whenever I'm having to face all of this shit, I'm like, damn, I'm fighting for black rights now. We gotta
Plus
fucking fight
that,
for queer rights.
wow.
Damn, like I'm like, all right. Like at what point do I start whooping somebody's ass? It's like,
Right.
it's like, and I think that's one of those right there. And then when people drop some F slurs, it's like I think it's easier to actually make them feel uncomfortable than when they drop like N-bombs, because the N-bomb is like, all right, see, you just a straight up motherfucker that needs to get his ass beat.
Yeah.
Because you were just like, I'm gonna talk to you first. We're gonna see where this goes, but if you go somewhere else with this, I don't know what I'm gonna do to you, but I think I'm gonna walk away because I'm tired of violence.
Right.
But- Like that particular story always gets me. I don't know why, but I'm like, why are you dropping some F slurs here, man? Like, come on, man.
You know what? I remember there was a Raven. All this is bringing to mind. Raven made a post. This has probably been all of maybe 5-6 months ago, maybe even further. I don't remember exactly, but she made a comment about like, please don't call me a
Oh
B,
yes.
and don't make any sort of
That was
like
last
don't
year.
put BISH or
Yeah,
like
no variations.
no form of it. I don't want it. And like that's what I'm with. Like you can't like there has to be some part of the brain, I think, that just kicks in and
Can't
kind of
soften
goes,
the word.
wait a minute. Why do I think that the word that was meant to demean can somehow have a positive spin? Like, just think about it from that place, right? Like, I'm black and I'm not racist. So for me, it makes the absolute least sense for me to use any variation of a word that is racist toward the thing that I am.
It was
Why would I perpetuate
created
that
to
in
be
any form?
an oppressive, derogatory word towards
I
black
get that.
people.
I
Same
understand
thing
what you're
as
saying.
when girls in songs call them, I'm a bad bee. And I'm like, but why are you calling yourself a bee? You want to be a dog? Are you our dog? Like, you're not though. Like,
Right.
why? You could just be like, a bad girl Riri, right? Bad girl Riri. You could just call yourself a bad girl. I'm a bad boy, bad girl, whatever. I just don't like the bad bee or the bee or you're such a bee or she's my bee.
I think the reason they use it so much, or when people reclaim those words, is so that way when someone else uses it in a hurtful manner, it has less of an impact. Like, it has less of that bad meaning with it. Does that make sense?
That makes
But
perfect sense.
it does, but would it? Like, if someone aggressively said you're such a bee, I think it would hurt still.
Well,
You know what?
If it hurt you in the first place.
I think okay. So here's what I think about what you were saying, Cyril. I understand where you're coming from, right? Because it is like that's a part of that reclaiming, and then it kind of like takes the sting out, and you know, like supposed to be taking the sting out of the word, so on and so forth, right? Or like sort of dictate. But the thing is, like, in reality, kind of right? Like, is that actually what it did? But okay, so you've claimed this word now. Did you actually make it not mean that hurtful thing that it meant, or are you just owning the word now? It's still, you know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like that word is still just as hurtful. It's still just as hateful. You're just now trying to say we determine who can and can't use it. You didn't change the meaning of the word or any of the sort. And also, let's not forget, there's plenty of other words in the languages that you can use to describe yourself in a much better fashion.
I get what you were saying though, because okay, so let's say this has been the debate for years now. Is when you're within your group, your group, you know, your clique, not even a clique, just the people you trust that you know that they're not gonna fuck you over, right? Y'all start calling each other, you know stuff, you know, like B, F, N word, you know what I'm saying? But then it's like, at what point do y'all understand that once you step outside of that and people start hearing you in public, because people are dumb. I'm not gonna say everybody's dumb, but some people are dumb and believe that if they hear this, they can come
It's
up
okay
and
to
just
say it.
yeah, it is okay.
Mhm.
You know, a white man taught me this. A white man taught. I couldn't believe it. He
Uh-huh.
taught me this one time in the Marine Corps. That when I'm saying that everybody else started saying it to me, and because I want to whoop their asses because I said it at first, but they heard me say it. So it's like this is another one of those that this could be like a
Interesting.
4-hour conversation.
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God, this could be a 4.
Does that mean that do you personally, if you were around another black person, if you use the N word ending in an A, that is not appropriate, in your opinion?
Wait, A and E or A or ER is the same shit. There's no difference.
So
There's
you're
no
saying
difference.
it's not.
There's no. I don't care what anybody. There's no difference.
Okay.
I can have an accent and it'll sound different. I mean, I can say street and then the accent will sound like street or something.
Oh,
and it's
gotcha.
the same
Okay,
thing.
I know.
Like
what you're saying.
it's like you can't differentiate a word because you change the ending of it. I've never liked.
Fair point.
So yes, El Canadiano, it is not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay for anyone. Like we are definitely for. I know obviously we can speak to this because we're speaking to this because of our experience.
Yes.
Doesn't make no difference. Not
Mhm.
okay for anyone. It's not. Hey, it's cool behind closed doors. Like honestly, for me, the biggest part that's a biggest problem is that you do it behind closed doors, then you let it permeate further. You've taken it in and of your own volition.
Yep.
You've brought the garbage to your own front door. It's no different than being in a toxic relationship or any other detrimental thing you can do to yourself. If you internalize it and hold it as something to be heralded, that you're messing that thing up.
That's fair.
There's one thing though. There's one thing about that because
Yeah.
of the environment that I come from.
Sure.
I also understand what people are saying when they're saying they're taking it back.
Right.
But I'm like, fuck, but we keep fighting
Yeah.
over it. We keep fighting each other over this. Every time we got different ethnicities saying it, and then they hear us say it, they're like, well, you can't say it. No, you can. And then just like that. It's like, I'm not sure where to draw the line on this. This is
I can help you, okay? It's very
Okay.
black and white for other ethnicities. If you ain't black,
Okay.
don't say it. You got no right. Basically, that's where I draw the line, okay? I'm not black. El Canadiano's not black. Cereal's not black. We got no right to say that.
Yeah, I
Y'all
don't have
handle
a right
your
to say
business.
that.
If some of you want to say it, go for it. If some of you not want to say it, that's your, like, you do what you want with that word. But I
See,
don't
yeah,
think we have any right to interfere, in my opinion.
so. But see, we crossed a slope that most people don't cross. So we got 2 third people, right? And we're talking about the F word.
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
It's like where do we draw the line on that too? It's like that's what I'm
Ooh.
saying. It's like where do we draw this
For
line?
consistency's purposes, you mean?
Yes. Well, that's what I'm. It's
Right,
like
yeah,
there's such a big debate.
I think
Once you
then it
become-
goes into preference,
And-
right? Because
no,
there's
but-
Chris saying that it makes him uncomfortable. Serial said she's like pretty much over it by now. So I think
Yes.
at that point it goes to preference. Like if it still throws you off, then it would be the onus on you to communicate that with your circle and be like, guys, it makes me weird. I don't like that. Please don't, not around me.
Well,
Right?
See, that's why I was like, but see, around the
No.
group, maybe it's
Yeah.
okay. But then the moment we step out, I'm gonna have to fight somebody because our group said it. And it's like, so how do we?
But no one has the right, I
Right.
think, that unless they are part of that group, that's just, like you said, it's just stupidity. Like, no offense, I don't like using that word, but in my opinion,
Yeah.
that is stupidity. That's like if I'm with
Stupid
my
for us to be
family.
part of the debate where
Yeah, like if I'm with my siblings, okay, and we're all like ethnic, we're Middle Eastern and we're South Asian. If we're doing accents and weird shit to each other because we're from that community, don't mean you come in and do accents to us, because then it
Oh,
becomes
yeah.
offensive. You know what I mean? Like, you are not part
Oh.
of this group, so you cannot act like you are. Is that fair? I think that's fair.
So
I think
okay,
that's
so I
valid.
understand where you're coming from with that. Go ahead, Sarah. I'm gonna go to
Oh no, I'm just agreeing.
Oh, okay. Okay, so here, all right, so
disagree?
here's kind of where
No, I
look
agree.
at the
Okay, I see.
in terms of like where Chris like, hey, where does that line being drawn and so on and so forth. I kind of look at it more of like, where's the end state for it, right? Pretty much at no point and at no time is this ever not going to cause a problem.
Mhm.
It's always going to be an issue. So if it's going to continue to be an issue, drop it and leave it alone. Just eradicate it from everyone. That thing won't be an issue. If no, now I'm not saying that people won't still find ways to be stupid, because they will. Okay, if it's not this, it's something else. So I'm not under any delusion that like, oh, if we just stop saying the N-word, it's no. But what I'm saying is that it's going to always cause a problem. So if you leave it alone, then you eradicate that problem. Do that. Same thing, like same with the F word, any other ones. You take your pick. If you leave that junk at the door, there's no despair. This conversation isn't a conversation because people aren't doing that to one another in any sort of fashion. You don't have anything to fight over if you're not doing it, right? So that's for me where I kind of look at that whole thing. It's like, in totality, what's the standard for everyone? Okay. And if that standard, and if you gotta keep making special inferences, oh well, in this kind of thing, like whatever, right? See, like for you, Raven, what you're speaking about, right, is like you're cracking jokes about something that you know, right? And that makes total sense. For you to be able to pick at yourself, be able to laugh at the stuff that you do, that's totally fine. And no, it's not cool for somebody else to come in as a way to make fun of you.
Yeah.
That's where you cross that boundary. Hey, that's not cool.
Yeah.
You weren't doing that and having fun with us. You were doing it. You were being ignorant
make
with
fun
yours.
of it. Yeah. Like,
You see
are
what I'm
you
saying?
Middle
Like,
Eastern?
when
Are
you
you
do
South
it-
Asian? No. So then you don't know, and you can't join in. Sorry.
Holler at it.
Right.
Like, come on, Chief. You know. And so respect the boundaries. But I'm definitely a, you know, it's a come one, come all. There ain't no oh, you black, so you know you can integrate it some kind of way, or oh, you not black, or like, or then, and then of course you get into the, oh, I'm mixed, so half and all that. Come on, knock all that off. Let's let that thing die where it should, and leave it with the races that died then too. Let's let that thing die, please. Knock that crap off, man. Quit trying to excuse this foul way to do something, and quit trying to dress it up. Like I said, you can, no, stop trying to dress up all these racial slurs and giving all these special conditions and all of that BS, so people can quit fighting one another over this stuff, you know? And it to me, what pisses me off is like, especially in Serial's case, why is that something that she has to end up being okay with?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Seriously?
That's true too. Yeah.
And I
Because
feel the same
it's
way
part of
about
the
the
culture.
N-word. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, that's not something I feel. No, stop trying to convince me that I gotta be okay with it. Hey, we reclaim the word now, Shug. Please. Just, let's not. Let's not.
That's a big debate. That's like a 10-hour debate right here. We can debate this all day.
Drop the gloves. Let's fight.
But it's a good
Canadian
question.
style.
It's
I love
it's a good question. It's a good
But
question.
I think on the whole we do all agree that
Yeah.
like racial slurs is just not the move in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
Exactly.
I think coming out of this, yes.
Hey Norma, I see you.
Yeah. Hi,
Ready,
Norma.
Norma.
All right, so I know we're hitting the 10 p.m. mark, so I will ask one more question, and we can always continue the other ones on another Real Talk. But the last one I was thinking that we could talk about is, what are your thoughts on a show or movie that replaces a white actor who has already been casted and appeared in the first few episodes of a movie with a colored actor because they want to have representation?
Can I give an example?
Are you guys talking about Carl from The Simpsons?
Who dat?
You guys know about that?
No.
Like,
Wait, Carl.
I don't
Is it a
know.
bartender?
Carl from The Simpsons.
Carl? Kid
Homer's
Carl?
black coworker. No.
Oh, no,
From
sorry, I
The
don't know.
Simpsons. Homer's black coworker was replaced by a black voice actor.
When it was
Did you guys know
originally
that?
a white voice actor?
It was originally a white guy, Hank Azaria.
Oh.
There's like normally like in The Simpsons, they used to only have maybe 5 or 6 voice actors doing basically 95% of
Right.
the characters.
As it usually
Right.
is in like anime
Exactly.
and stuff. Wait, so
Pretty much also saying basically all of them are white. And then in the more recent years, there's been more controversy about Hank Azaria voicing Apu, the Indian
uh-huh.
The Indian Quickie Mart clerk, Carl, being Homer's black coworker, etc., etc. But
Interesting.
and then some of the voice actors agreed that, hey, look, if I'm making people uncomfortable voicing a black guy as a white person, we'll just put that character aside, then maybe get a black person to voice him. And lo and behold, Carl got revoiced to a guy named what's his name? Alex Desert,
Interesting.
who, by the way, is a black guy.
Okay.
So there's this is a practical example for this debate. Just highlighting that.
That's interesting.
Anybody have some thoughts on that?
Because they
I don't
want
wanna
to
just
have
jump in.
representation.
Also,
That's
like
tricky.
the belief that whether you guys consider it actually offensive or not, that like a white person basically is voicing like an ethnic character.
Well, that's like Cleveland.
Right? Does that make sense in terms of the question of the debate?
That makes sense. Cleveland Browns
Right.
voiced by a white person.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the exact same thing. Mike Henry,
The same thing. Yeah.
the same guy who did Kicked in the Nuts.
That's
Right.
interesting.
I guess I would say to answer that question, I think it's kind of like, what is the job, right? Now I know that there's right, obviously all of that stuff comes with it, right? There's just the things that come along with that territory because of how we've had this inherited problem, right? But at the end of the day, I feel like whoever's doing the job, if they're doing a good job, just let them freaking do a good job. Like I think that's one of those things that we'll make it into a thing before it really is a thing. You know what
we're
I'm saying?
complicating it.
Yeah, and it's like, if they got together, like the voice actors themselves, and said, hey, you know what? I do think it would be good of us to have some more representation.
I appreciate that.
I think that's great. Like,
I
that's
appreciate
awesome.
this too, the whole Apu thing, and I do appreciate that. Like, don't get me wrong, I do appreciate that, but I do agree with what Suga's saying.
Yeah.
Am like looking at this holistically?
Sure.
This is probably going to be the question that splits this room the most, and that's okay, right? Because I know some
this
people.
one right here?
Yeah, this one, like in the sense that I don't think we'll have as much agreement on is this right or is this wrong, or at least come to the agreement. In my opinion.
I guess it just depends on how you
Because
look at it, though.
I don't really have a strong opinion,
Yeah,
to be quite honest.
That's okay.
But it's a really, really interesting thing to debate, in my opinion.
I think it's.
I just don't have like.
I think we'll make it more into a thing than what it really is.
Yeah, you got to create an argument on this one.
Yeah, it's like, if let's just say, for example, I don't know, let's say I was doing a show and it was based on Raven, and I was absolutely nailing Raven to a T in terms of the inflection and cadence and all of that stuff, and then people go, well, sure, you're not a woman. I was pretty sure that from when I realized, and I looked down and I figured that's not usually female parts or on the whole, right? Just generally speaking. So it's like, I already know what I am. You don't have to remind me of that. You really don't need to take it there. I'm showing up, I'm performing, right? Like Serial said, I'm here to do my job, right? I'm here to do my job. If the job is I play this role, I play this role. Now, obviously I need to be cognizant of, am I doing something that's bringing disparity or division or so on and so forth, right? Like, is that the intent? Like, seriously, when they were doing it and it was a short pool and all that, do you really think that they were sitting there going, you know what? I think in 2020, this is going to be a subject of Raven's Real Talk. So let's go ahead and cast these actors in there. You know,
right.
Come on, seriously, like we'll blow. Like I said, we'll blow it up before it really. I don't really think it's an actual like. We need to, and I think it's okay, even if you're on the other side. I think it's totally okay if you want them to be voiced by the people that fit the bill, I think that's okay, as long as you're not discriminating anyone for that job. There's nothing wrong with searching for it, but like I said, if you got a white guy or if you got a black guy that's voicing a white dude and he's just nailing it, let him freaking nail it, right? And if he's the best guy that does the job that day, or the best gal, what have you, let them do that job and let it just be that job. Don't overgrow it when you have some very clear things as far as like people not being able to breathe because you have improper use of force and people are dying. Let's stay focused on that more than a freaking who's voice acting such.
Well, okay, so the voice actor example is tough because on screen you're seeing a person of one race and they're not voiced by that person. But if they're doing a good job, I agree, just leave it as is. But for actual people, like actual actors, not cartoons or animations or anything like that, I think it's very important to have that representation. But I think it looks stupid. I know you don't like that word, I'm sorry. I think it looks stupid about if a production studio or whatever, a show, recast someone. They look dumb. You made the mistake. Just own up to it and continue. Like, don't backtrack. If you really had that intent, like if you were really thinking about it, you would have started with that. You didn't, like, you should, if you're working on a show, you should be aware of what you're putting out there, what content you're creating. You understand that people are going to consume this, they're going to try and relate to it, and they're going to think about it on their own time. So you should be aware what kind of representation you're putting out in the content that you're creating.
That's an excellent point. And I think that made a huge difference. It was like, what was that movie? I mean, there's several, you can take your pick, but I think the one that's coming to my mind specifically is Prince of Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, guy. You can't whitewash a movie in Egypt. Come on.
Oh, because he didn't have an accent?
No, just
he was white.
Yeah,
he was a white man playing an Egyptian.
Full of in general.
Bro, I gotta watch that movie. Oh my god, it's been so long.
Or the whole Scarlett Johansson example. Everybody makes fun of her because she's always playing Asian roles. So.
Literally. Yep. That's why I laughed earlier when you said Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, because
I was like, oh no.
Ghost in the Shell is supposed to be.
Yeah. That's Asian.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
So,
I always found that really tricky where it's like even Aladdin, like the cartoon. Aladdin don't have an accent. Jasmine don't have an accent. Ain't nobody got a Middle Eastern accent except the bad guys. They got the Arab accent, the very thick one too. Everybody else is normal.
And that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
At that point, you're not even doing a good job.
Right.
Capturing what is being portrayed. That's what Cyril was saying. You need to know what the content you're putting out, and the fact that you play someone in there and they didn't capture the essence of what you're supposed to be portraying is a failure on you. That probably in and of itself is something that we can look at and say, now, no, that's a thing. I agree there. Like, that's a thing. But replacing, like, just a simple replacement for someone who just so happens to be that, and not to mention, like El Canadiano said, the voice actors themselves came together and say, hey, we think this would be a good thing. I think that's wonderful that they do that. Why not? You know?
I think it's one, like, it just so happens, I looked this up, Cleveland Brown from Family Guy also was replaced by a black voice actor.
Yeah, I think Brett said that earlier too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not aware of a Pooh being recasted quite yet.
I'm basically with what Cyril said. That's exactly how I look at it. For the voice acting, I think it's the person's doing a good job, let them do their thing, but visual representation is important. I think all the going forward projects should be that should be definitely taken into consideration, but the ones that have already started, they're like season 2 or something, and the person is like deep into it, like it's strange. I mean, they usually only replace leads anyways, or characters if they're like dead or something happens to them, you know?
Yep.
Well, there was one example on The Simpsons where certain characters were, or one voice actress was replaced due to contractual issues.
Or that.
But
yeah.
that's an exception.
Sense8. There was a guy, the one who plays the black guy from Nairobi, I think. He didn't want to do a lot of like the sex scenes and stuff, and he like dipped out, and they just replaced him in the next season. That makes sense, right? That totally understand that. But it was a black person who replaced a black person. It wasn't like very blatant, like episode 5, we're just gonna put a random black person now because we got that representation. Yeah, I think that would look very strange.
You know what actually kind of what that reminds me of, like the shock value or shock factor in that was when with I shouldn't say, I know there's stuff behind the scenes or whatever. There's a bigger story and all that, but the sudden switch, because I was, as I was growing up, I saw it happen before my very eyes. But the sudden switch, I think it was in season 4 of Fresh Prince.
Oh, Vivian to Vivian.
The Vivian switch.
Yeah.
I was like,
it was obvious.
I was like, they done got a divorce and they didn't tell nobody. I was like, this is a new wife, Uncle Phil. You're not right, Chief. And then it's like, no, this Aunt Viv's. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, that is not. I don't know who that is. But that is not Aunt Vivian.
Wait, was it a black person or?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a black woman.
Oh, but it was still strange.
Like did it? It was so odd.
It was apparently that the cast didn't like that Vivian, so they cast another Vivian that actually got along with the cast.
And I get it.
Happened? Holy crap!
I understood the change or whatever. It was just a flat out like, hey, there was.
It's like a production decision.
You said, there's still a shock value associated with it.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
And it's like when they're in that deep and you make that change, like you got to be aware of the changes that you're making. Goes back to Serial's comment, like, hey, I know what you're doing in this thing, and also, and again, it's not that it didn't. There was no issue with her being a light-skinned black woman, but the fact of the matter is, you did go from you went from a dark-skinned black woman to a light-skinned black woman. That is a pretty significant change. That's a very significant change. When, like I said, not about the color in and of itself, but when I've grown accustomed to seeing
I was just thinking that
as that character. Vivian is just
a bit harder even because it's not animation.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's an actual person.
If you're a person and you don't get along with your cast and you get recast, hey, that becomes on you. So
agreed.
And I think that she
Chris looking around like, that's on you.
That's on them, and I'm with you on that. I'm just saying, like, but did you think about, hey, this young lady, and to, like I said, and to not, and you don't, there's no explanation. It's just new on Viv. Here you go.
Right.
Who'd already said it was sus for sure, right?
You know what I'm saying? It's like, what?
There were a lot of people who backed the original Aunt Viv. Yeah.
Yeah.
For real.
I think more so. I don't know. I know they had a whole thing, but not to get into that. But like I said, it's all that.
That's a great question, though.
That you have to think about. Yeah, it was a great question.
I love that question too.
Really good question. There was one question that it's very unfortunate that we didn't get to, but
I wanted to ask about diving. Was it diving deeper to Suge asking out a white woman? Was it that one, or was the viewer question?
Oh, this is a viewer question.
I noted down there was something that you wanted to get back to.
Oh, that's right.
What I wanted
to
get
something about
my
right.
Sorry.
Oh no! It was, thank you. It was the question I asked about the race, not fetishizing, but is it bad to have a preference, which we talked about, yeah, because that's always been a tricky one for me. There was one time where I was streaming and I saw a very attractive black man when I was watching a clip in a music video or something, like take off his shirt, and like the words slipped out of my mouth.
Butch violation.
Like, sorry.
Butch violation.
Oh, is it? Oh my god. Oh yeah, because he has nipples. Oh shit, you're right. I didn't get banned. No, I'm kidding.
If I took off my
don't ban
shirt,
me,
maybe
please.
you could be banned.
Hey,
Sorry.
what was the words of? What was the words?
I won't take off my shirt, I promise.
Okay. No, I basically said like, oh my. I said something like I was basically like just drooling over him, be like, oh my god, all that like chocolate goodness, something like that. I said something like that, or like, oh my god, he looks so delicious, something like that. And then I caught myself because I had mentioned his skin, like the dark chocolate. Oh, I had mentioned dark chocolate. I did say that. And then I caught myself and I started getting scared because I'm like, what if that comes off as like racist or something? Is that right?
No, I definitely think that's on the viewer to kind of like to you know, you gotta kind of check yourself at the door, right?
Chocolate decadence, huh? Yeah,
You know what I'm
scrumptious.
saying? Like,
You best
I
believe I
mean-
said that.
I mean, you're just making a commentary on the skin tone. And again, what were you doing when you did it, right? You were admiring it.
Yes.
Why would it be bad to point that out?
That's
Like,
not bad.
We weren't
I-
doing
I-
it with malintent.
I think
Hey.
that's I think that's totally fine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I looked at my wife and I was like, yeah, buddy, I'm about to get all up and through that vanilla goodness right there.
Right, right.
I think it's totally
Right.
fine. Like, I'm
Right.
admiring it for what it is because
Exactly.
that's just what my wife happens to be. And
Okay.
you know, that's so I think you're totally fine. If they have a problem with that, then I think that's okay.
And I have been called sexual chocolate, man, in some form or fashion, and it is always led to a good place. So I
Okay.
really don't think that's offensive.
Great.
So,
And I'm relating it to chocolate. Like it's
Hey.
an edible goodness. Like it's not like something negative. So I just
just
got
saying,
confused.
Come on, Artie. I thought we all like food. That's right, Artie.
that's what I'm saying. You eating up that chocolate anyway. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, good. Because I remember that like stuck with me because I'm like I think someone had made a clip and I even like deleted it because I was afraid someone would look at that clip like years later and be like, look how racist she is. Meanwhile, I just truly loved all of that whatever was happening over there. So oh man, this was such a good conversation, guys. Thank you so much. I took so much of your time, but time flew. It did not feel like 4 hours.
That's
So
a lot
be
of
it.
hours, yes.
It did not
I
feel
think
like
this was
that.
a very good 4 hours.
Very
so, you
good.
know.
Such a great end to the day. And I want to thank each of you, Serial, El Canadiano, Calvan, Sugar, and Unicorn Chris. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for sharing your experiences with me and just opening up our eyes, sharing your awareness that you have and spreading awareness to other people. So thank you. Such a pleasure,
Pleasure as well.
guys.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you for having us here.
Yeah, thank you
seriously.
so much.
This was so nice. Thank you. Guys, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take 2 minutes to say goodbye to my scrumptious friends offline. But if you guys want to say bye, I'll turn off the cameras.
I'm gonna
Pleasure.
say
See you
cheers,
guys.
everybody. Cheers, everybody. Yes. later
Yeah.
on.
Take care, y'all.
Here's an empty can of beer.
We good.
Alrighty, guys, I am back. Thank you to everyone who made me part of their night. I really, really appreciate it. It was such an amazing conversation. This was my first stream, but so happy I could catch it. We'll definitely be back for Real Talks in the future. I'm so glad, Airbud. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it. The song! I almost forgot about the song. Alright, guys, if you're new here, I am warning you. This is going to be really cringe. The next 3 minutes are going to be very cringe, but let me tell you, it's a song that I created for my channel. And it turned into a freestyle rap session. Okay? So we already know it's going to be bad, but I hope you enjoy. Let me find the track. But before that, let me find... Oh, is Calvan streaming right now? Is Calvan streaming right now? Ooh, yes, we're gonna raid Calvan. Thank you, El Canadiano. Yes, we will. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, all right. Y'all ain't ready for this. Oh, snap, it's my Ravens. It's time with you. I've been craving. Been looking forward to this all day. Let's have a scrumptious time today. Skippy doo bop, 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 moo moo bop, bop. Skit, scat, diddly doo, and spooky boogie boogie boo. We had that Ravens real talk. Oh my god. I feel so hot. I should go for a walk. We had cereal, cow, van, and sugar. Unicorn, Chris, and oh my god. One last person that's slipping my mind. I'm getting so old. Let me find the name. Okay. Hold up, let me try this again. Cereal and Calvin, El Canadiano. That's why I forgot, because it was such a long name. Okay, let's try this one more time again. Cereal, Calvin, Alex and Sugar and Chris. This is it. This rap is on fire, baby. El Canadiano, I could not fit you in the rap. I had to call you Alex. That was so long. Oh my god. I'm like sweating. Bars, bro. Oh, you guys make me laugh. Thank you for being here. How dare you call me out? I could not do El Canadiano. It was so long. Oh man, I'm sorry. Hashtag Alex, exactly. All right, guys, let us spread this good lovin' over to Calvan. Calvan was one of the scrumptious guests that we had today on this Ravens Real Talk. For those of you interested, I will be uploading the full VOD to YouTube, probably by the end of this week. Exactly. We all knew your name, okay? We follow you on Twitter, baby. I probably will have to do a part 2 of this conversation, because there are some amazing conversations and very important questions that still have to be answered. So I'll probably do a part 2. So keep a lookout for that. If you would like to be a guest on Ravens Real Talk in the future, feel free to comment on my Twitter post whenever I do a call out. There never really is like a guarantee that you'll be on, but I love it when people express some kind of interest, and then I kind of like figure out which people work well together. So once again, thank you so much for those scrumptious subs, those hosts. Thank you for your time. Thank you for spending. I don't want to rush this ending, so I don't want to rush this. Hold on. So I wanted to say thank you for spending your time with me, guys. You could have chosen to be any place else, and I appreciate you having me running in the background or lurking or contributing to the conversation. All the guests that took out their time to come with on this, serial killer, El Canadiano, Calvan, Unicorn Chris, and Sugaroth. I appreciate all of you guys. Life is so busy. I totally understand that. I can completely relate to that. And that's why when people take time out of their busy lives to think about me, or to even just come by and be like, hey, I just wanted to come quickly and say hi. I'm just going to run back to class or run to work. I appreciate that, because life is so busy. It's so hard to think about people sometimes. And the fact that each one of you came by, spent time with me, lurked, or might watch the VOD later or whatever it is, you had me in your mind. You were like, oh, Raven's having this real talk. Oh, let me see what Raven's up to. Oh, Calvan's here. Oh, El Canadian Anno's here. Oh, let me show the support to Serial. Oh, Chris is here, Sugar. Like, you thought about us, and I value that, and I appreciate that. And just know that that does not go unrecognized. I see it, and I appreciate it. So, as always, I am wishing your heart and your mind and your soul and your spirit and your body peace and happiness. Please choose to be kind to yourself and to others. Stay safe, stay scrumptious, take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful night. Aw, thank you, Yigan. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Snark. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me rebroadcast when it goes up. Absolutely. You're welcome, Airbud. Hi, Johnston. Thank you very much, guys. As always, the VOD, like I said, will go up on YouTube by the end of this week. So if you're interested, you can always check it out there. And I will also share it to my Twitter, so you guys will be able to check it out from there. All right, guys. Take care. Good night. And Raven, good night, everyone. Bye. Let's show that good loving to Calvan.